Chapter 3207. After wandering around the Dragon Devil ancient tomb for half a day, Long Chen could vaguely see through the torrential rain through the endless pitch-black clouds and mist. He could vaguely see 3 incomparably huge mountains around him. Those 3 mountains were like 3 giant dragons that rose from the ground and charged into the sky. They were the largest devil claws in the entire Dragon Devil ancient tomb. 3. Could this number be the key to this Dragon Devil ancient tomb, the so-called 3 ancestral devils? Long Chen knew that his guess was most likely correct. There was no mistake. These 3 locations are probably the gathering places of the awakened primeval troll. I'll go take a look. His own strength was comparable to an ancestral devil, and he had 3 worlds that he could escape from at any time. Naturally, he did not need to worry about his life and death. He was only worried that he would be exposed too quickly and not have enough time to gather enough information. Therefore, he flapped his huge wings and headed towards one of the mountain peaks. This Dragon Devil ancient tomb. It's filled with the aura of disaster, eerie and painful. If it's the world of a certain ancestral dragon, then it must be the world of the universe desolate calamity dragon. Only a world that belonged to him would be like this. As he advanced, Long Chen suddenly discovered that he had encountered a primeval troll team, and it was not a weak one at that. At the same time that he discovered the other party also discovered him. In an instant, about 20 primeval troll changed directions and quickly headed in Long Chen's direction. Could it be that I've been exposed? Long Chen could not help but feel puzzled. He could feel that the other party seemed to be somewhat menacing. Very quickly, more than 20 gigantic beasts descended in front of Long Chen. All of them were primeval troll, and there were all kinds of them. Long Chen's eyes instantly locked onto 3 of them. In this team, the weakest was a primeval troll at the Demon King level. There were quite a few demon emperors, but the strongest 2 were at the level of the primordial realm demon sovereigns. Although to Long Chen, his cultivation level was considered weak, he was currently in the form of an epic sky demon, so he should show respect to these 2 demon sovereigns. What a coincidence! One of the demon lords was the eternal demon that Long Chen was very familiar with. From his aura, Long Chen could tell that this eternal demon looked similar to Ji Yuan Sky Devil, but his elemental rules were completely different. It was Shin Jun was here. Naturally, Ji Taishu, who was now in the Demon Emperor realm, was also here. He was a minor devil emperor. These were 2 of the 3 existences that Long Chen had locked onto. The third one was another demon lord. Moreover, Long Chen had seen it before. Judging from its huge, strong and battle-hungry body, this primeval troll was the war demon that Long Chen had fought several times. Of course, that war devil had already died in battle. This was another war devil. A war devil of the Tai deity realm. This team was led by demonic sovereign Shinjun and war devil. They shouldn't be able to see that I'm Long Chen. But why are they in such a hurry? Could it be that there's something wrong with the identity of the epic heavenly demon? Long Chen soon realized. This was his mistake. He had thought that the epic heavenly demon was just an ordinary member of this team and would not attract any attention. He did not expect it to be like this. Now, he could only adapt to the situation. Epic heavenly demon, you're finally back. Demonic sovereign Shinjun did not speak, but the war devil was furious. Its huge demon claw suddenly reached out and instantly caught Long Chen in its hand. The epic heavenly demon that Long Chen had transformed into was less than a third of its original size. Naturally, it surrendered obediently. However, Long Chen was still observing. When I fought the epic heavenly demon, it was in the death rain. Not many people know about it. It should be difficult for Shen Jun to know about it. Therefore, Shen Jun is not familiar with me. Just take care of this war devil. Tell me, where did you take Wu Su? Back then, the few of you were lucky to escape and left this place together. Since then, there has been no news of you. Don't tell me that Wu Su is already dead. Wu Su. Judging from the fact that the opponent was a war devil, the Wu Su he mentioned should be the war devil that accompanied the epic heavenly demon. It seemed that the opponent was angry because of the war devil of his own race. Long Chen thought for a while and said, "Don't you know? Wu Su was killed by the current supreme expert of the myriad realms, a person called Long Chen. Now, I'm the only one left. Dead." The war devil suddenly exerted force. The body of the epic heavenly demon, Long Chen, was almost distorted. Are you saying that demon Hua Ji she is also dead? The war devil's expression became extremely ferocious. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. From the look in its eyes, Long Chen could tell that if he said that Demon Hua had also died in battle, the war devil would probably tear him apart. Could it be that Demon Hua was more important to the war devil than Wu Su? This question was not easy to answer. Long Chen paused for a moment. Sure enough, at this time, the war devil smashed him hard on the ground and roared, "Trash! Do you know that there are only 2 Demon Hua in the demonic dragon tomb now? Apart from Ji Shi, there is only Ancestor Hua. You really have the guts to take Ji Shi away. When Ancestor Hua wakes up, you will know what is called miserable." Ancestor Hua. Could this be one of the 3 great ancestor demons? Demon Hua actually had such a powerful background. After becoming Demon Hua, Xueqi reached the peak of the perfection realm of Demon King. Later, she improved and reached the Demon Emperor realm, but it seemed that her potential was not great. Long Chen was thinking of ways to make her stronger. "No, we can't wait until Ancestor Hua wakes up. If I don't kill you now, Ancestor Hua will only be angrier when she sees you," the war devil said coldly. "Wait." Long Chen flew up from the ground and hurriedly said, "Ji Shi is not dead. She was imprisoned by Long Chen, but Long Chen did not kill her. We can still find Ji Shi." "Is that so?" "Don't lie to me," the war devil said. "Absolutely not. If he attacked now, this trip would be wasted," so Long Chen endured. Fortunately, Xueqi did not do much after the fiend god Buzhou Mountain. Moreover, she was not conspicuous in Long Chen's team, so no one noticed her existence. "In that case, I will bring you to see Ancestor Hua. You can tell her the details personally. You have to be careful. The team sent to the ancestral star was completely annihilated, and now the 3 ancestor demons are angry. If you don't behave, this lowly life of yours will be gone." All right. Being able to meet the 3 ancestor demons was a test for Long Chen, but it was also a chance to obtain more information. Long Chen had long wanted to meet the ancestor demons. With the war devil's introduction, it was naturally better. "Let's go." Under the war devil's lead, the team headed towards one of the mountain peaks. They did not move quickly, and Long Chen followed silently. When he looked up, one of the primeval troll came to his side. It was Ji Taishu, the Empyrean demon, Long Chen's old rival. "Were you the first to escape from here?" Ji Taishu seemed very curious about him. "That's right." Long Chen did not show too much enthusiasm for the moment, lest he arouse suspicion. He had made a mistake when using the Eye of Wishes previously, so he would use it cautiously now. Ji Taishu said, "I seem to have heard of your name in the myriad worlds. You seem to have a grudge with Long Chen, but you were defeated in the end. I thought you died in battle." "It can only be considered a lucky survival." Ji Taishu nodded and said, "I heard that you are the only epic sky fiend among so many primeval troll, so you are quite special. Furthermore, there is a great chance for you to grow. In terms of realm, you are slightly stronger than me. If you can survive this time, we can become friends." The father and son had just arrived at the demonic dragon ancient tomb, so it seemed like they had to try their best to build a good relationship. It just so happened that Long Chen could understand everything about this place through his mouth. He thought for a moment and said, "I just returned here and heard that the primeval troll is going to attack the myriad worlds, and the 3 ancestor devils are about to awaken. Is that true?" Ji Taishu nodded his head proudly and said, "Of course it's true. However, this is all thanks to my father and I. It was my father who mistakenly entered this place and accidentally destroyed a difficulty that the 3 ancestor devils had been trying to overcome for a long time, allowing the 3 ancestor devils to gather their strength together and pull it together. With the current situation, in about 10 days, the 3 ancestor devils will collide together and awaken together. After that, the 3 ancestor devils will awaken, and all the primeval troll will be reborn and escape this sealed world, a weak world, a dead world. Torrential rain, blood everywhere. This was a world that even the primeval troll hated. You guys have done a great job. So it was all because of the father and son duo. No wonder the primeval troll would make such a commotion. If he had known earlier, Long Chen would have killed them a long time ago. However, it seemed that when Shen Jun barged in, Long Chen wasn't even born yet. Of course. Moreover, now that we have become primeval troll, when we conquer the myriad worlds in the future, we will have even more resources. The myriad worlds are secondary. But there are no resources in the vast territory. All of the resources are in the primal chaos god realm and the 6 isolated origin worlds. That is our true goal. The myriad worlds were their territory, and the other origin worlds were the resources they wanted. The demonic dragon ancient tomb was simply too barren. There was no spiritual energy at all. Here, no matter how strong an existence was, it would be infinitely weakened. There are still 6 origin worlds. Long Chen didn't expect there to be so many. Ji Taishu said, "That's right, there are 6. Moreover, the demonic dragon ancient tomb has passageways that lead to these 6 worlds. As long as the ancestral devil wakes up, we can attack these 6 worlds at any time and destroy everything in them one by one. Of course, the first target is still the myriad worlds. We have to attack the myriad worlds, first obtain a huge territory, use it as a base camp, improve ourselves, and then surround and destroy the primal chaos god realm. At that time, we will be strong enough to clean them up one by one." This was their goal. Just knowing this made it worth it to come here. At least they knew that the myriad worlds was the first target of the primeval troll. Then, it could be understood that the primeval troll against the myriad worlds was the weakest primeval troll. Chapter 3208. Therefore, the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. In particular, as long as he could get the help of the chaos gods, the 3 great ancestor fiends would not seem to be a big deal. More than 20 perfected fiend supremacies would not be considered too many either. Long Chen easily killed 2 of them. Ji Taishu was not on guard against him. When Long Chen was thinking carefully, he asked again, "It seems that there are quite a few experts in the myriad worlds, such as Long Chen and the Chaos God Lord. Are we confident?" Ji Taishu laughed coldly and said, "Don't worry, there is definitely a way. The 3 ancestor devils have a way to deal with them, and I heard that there are still parts of the Dragon Devil ancient tomb that we do not know about. It is said that those parts will have even stronger existences in our primeval troll, but they are in a deeper sleep and might not wake up. Moreover, as long as it is a demon venerable or above, they can return from the Dragon Devil ancient tomb at any time, saving a lot of effort. In the future, the 3 ancestor devils will leave behind the Dragon Devil ancient tomb's door in the entire myriad worlds." Long Chen remembered everything the other party said. It seems that the Dragon Devil ancient tomb is indeed the same as my life and death realm. However, the Dragon Devil ancient tomb can allow many primeval troll to open and return, but it seems that it cannot leave the rules of the Death Realm Dragon Gate in place, so it is impossible to return to a place. However, the 3 ancestor devils seem to be able to do so. This was what Long Chen had deduced from the other party's words. Long Chen was just about to ask where the passageway to the other origin world was when the demonic emperor suddenly turned around and said, "Taishu, come back." Perhaps it was because he had heard the conversation between Long Chen and Ji Taishu that he felt that Ji Taishu was too ostentatious. This was the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, not his great desolate emperor realm. It was not a place where he could make decisions. "Yes." Ji Taishu returned in embarrassment. As such, no one paid attention to Long Chen along the way, and Long Chen did not take the initiative to talk to others. That way it would be easier for him to be exposed. He was about to meet Ancestor Hua, one of the 3 ancestor devils. Long Chen wanted to see what the situation was with this so-called ancestor devil. They did not speak along the way. Countless giant eggs swept past under his feet. Blood rain poured down endlessly. Mist filled the air, and the sky darkened. The only thing that could be heard was the eerie roar of thunder between heaven and earth. Every time it flickered, it was blindingly bright. After passing through countless mountains and enduring their slow speed, they finally saw a huge mountain peak clearly. Above the pitch-black mountain peak, there was a pitch-black vortex in the clouds. Within the vortex, Long Chen could vaguely see an egg that was as large as an origin ore, trapped in that position by layers of seals. There were strange and sinister patterns on the huge egg. The snake-shaped patterns were vivid and lifelike, as if there really were all sorts of venomous snakes coiled around the huge egg. As they approached the huge mountain peak, someone stopped Long Chen's team. It was another group of primeval troll. There were hundreds of them, and most of them were powerhouses, basically at the Demon Emperor realm or above. The ones who stopped Long Chen's team were 2 demon sovereigns at the Perfection realm. They were on the same level as the Eternal Phantom Demon and the Storm Shadow Demon. Their strength was extraordinary and incomparably huge. In front of these 2 primeval troll, Long Chen's team was like a child. "If there's nothing, don't come and disturb Ancestor Hua." One of the primeval troll,
who was covered in gold and had a divine body of steel, shouted with a mechanical voice.
This was Primordial Gold Demon. This is the epic demon. He was the first to leave the Dragon Devil ancient tomb and went to the myriad worlds. He took away Demon Wa Ji. Now that he has news of Ji, he wants to inform Ancestor Wa. That's why we brought him here. Demon Wa. The primordial gold demon glanced at Long Chen. To them, it was difficult to imagine that Long Chen was an imposter, so they let him pass. Of course, they followed Long Chen and arrived at the foot of Ancestor Wa's mountain peak. Ancestor Wa is working hard to destroy the seal with the other two ancestor demons. We can't disturb them and can only wait for Ancestor Wa to find us. Yes. With that, everyone could only stay in that position and wait. In that place, everyone was quiet. Even Ji Taishu did not dare to say a word. In just a short while, the giant egg in the sky above the mountain peak moved. Long Chen was currently in the state of epic demon, so he only displayed the epic demon's level. Otherwise, he would naturally know that Ancestor Wa was watching him with his own ability. Just by looking at it, Long Chen knew that the primeval troll was more powerful than he imagined. It was at least an ultimate god and might have been stronger countless years ago. Of course, she was still in a sealed state and probably could not display any of her abilities. What's the matter? On top of the mountain peak, a female voice that seemed to originate from the ancient era sounded. It was gentle and vast, possessing a type of calming power that could make any archaic great devil calm down and listen to her words. The primordial gold demon said, "Ancestor Wa, this is the epic demon. He was the first to escape and leave this place. He was also the one who took away Demon Wa Ji. Now that he has returned to the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, it said that he has news of Ji. Oh, how is it?" Ancestor Wa asked. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on Long Chen. Long Chen looked a little nervous and said, "Ancestor Wa, I fought with Long Chen previously and Ji was taken captive. She is still with Long Chen. We will invade the myriad realms. Ancestor Wa can defeat Long Chen and save Ji." The primeval trolls seemed to take care of their own kind and called each other brothers and sisters. They were all from the divine demon beasts, so there was no father-son relationship. For example, the war demon next to him was very close to Wu Su. The former eternal phantom demon, Huan Ri, Huan Yu, and the two chaos demons were the same. Ancestor Wa thought for a moment and said, I understand. Although you are the only epic demon and your bloodline is precious, leaving the Dragon Devil ancient tomb without permission and ignoring your companions is a serious crime. I will punish you. I will punish you to enter this vortex of suffering for 100,000 years before you can come out. Long Chen's heart trembled. He reacted quickly and said, Ancestor Wa, 100,000 years. By that time, the primeval troll will have already conquered the myriad realms. What's the use of me coming out then? Ancestor Wa, I have a grudge against the myriad realms and that Long Chen. I would rather die in battle and be the vanguard than be imprisoned. I hope Ancestor Wa can fulfill my wish. Long Chen's performance was not bad. Ancestor Wa hesitated for a moment and said, All right, when the primeval troll army gathers, I will give you an important mission so that you can make up for your mistakes. Thank you, Ancestor Wa. It seemed like he had concealed it. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he stayed here, even though it would only be a dozen or so days, he would at least be able to obtain a lot of information. For example, what Long Chen wanted to know the most was where the passageways to the other 6 worlds were. If he could unite them, the primeval troll would naturally be easy. Leave with me. Don't disturb Ancestor Wa. The war demon gave the order and the demons followed. Long Chen was also in this group. Right now, the one who was most willing to talk to him was Ji Taishu. Of course, he couldn't let him go. At this moment, Long Chen's gaze shifted to the other side and saw someone he was familiar with. She hurried over and saw Long Chen at a glance. The one who came was actually Emperor Saga. Xueqi Blue Mist. She was almost brought into the death world by Long Chen and then escaped. She was just a demon king and didn't have much status here. Not many people paid attention to her. After returning here, she knew that Era Skyfian's behavior was not right. She also knew that if she revealed her experience, she would get into trouble, so she kept a low profile. However, she didn't expect that she would see Long Chen pass by nearby. At first, She thought she was seeing things. She had inquired about the battle that day. Era Sky Fiend was sucked into the Death World by Long Chen, and then Long Chen obtained the Death World. Now, Era Sky Fiend had died in battle. Others might not be familiar with Era Sky Fiend, but she was.
Therefore, when their eyes met, Long Chen was indeed shocked. It was precisely this shock that allowed Xue Lanyan to grasp it.
He's not Era Sky Fiend. He's a fake.
Xue Blue Mist pointed at Long Chen and sneered.
What nonsense are you talking about?
Scram. The war demon couldn't be bothered to deal with this person blocking its way. To a demon lord like them, a demon king-level primordial giant devil was nothing more than a small fry. Because the seal itself was weak, there were many that had escaped ahead of time. Since they didn't have any specific missions to fight, they were still wandering around.
He's not Era Sky Fiend. He's Long Chen. Long Chen has transformation rules. He was transformed by Long Chen. Even if you turn to ash, I'll still recognize you, Long Chen.
Xue Blue Mist was still the same. She was the city lord of the wronged, Emperor Sakia was her, and Xue Blue Mist was also her. She had once been Long Chen's most terrifying enemy.
So there's a problem.
Before War Demon, Regal Demon, and Primordial Gold Demon could respond, Ancestor Wa's voice came. Clearly, Ancestor Wa would understand what Xue Blue Mist had said. I didn't expect to see you here for the first time.
Ancestor Wa's huge egg suddenly flashed, and a huge eye appeared. The eye was like a black hole, swallowing everything around it. Now that his identity had been completely exposed, it was impossible to get any more information. But most importantly, the three ancestor fiends had not fully awakened. There was no one in the demonic dragon ancient tomb who could stop him.
That's right, it's me. Long Chen calmly transformed back to himself, causing Ji Taishu, Shin Jun, and the others to turn pale. Of course, if Primeval Troll had such a thing as a face.
Xue Blue Mist, long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be alive.
I won't die so easily, Xue Blue Mist said coldly.
Is that so? Chapter 3209. In fact, Long Chen had already thought of it.
The three ancestral demons were still trapped and most of the primeval troll were still trapped in the seal. On the ancestral star, hundreds of thousands of primeval troll had been destroyed. At least not many primeval troll could be seen in Long Chen's field of vision. There were two perfect realm ultimate gods around Long Chen, War Demon, Shen Jun, Ji Taishu, Xue Lanyan, and the others. Long Chen hated the traitors even more. He's Long Chen. The surrounding primeval troll were stunned after his identity was exposed. He was rumored to be the most difficult person to deal with in the myriad worlds. From the moment Long Chen's identity was exposed to the moment he decided to attack without mercy, everything happened in a split second. At that moment, his biggest reliance, the Origin Dragon Palace, had protected him. The integration with the Origin Dragon Palace brought Long Chen a surge of creation divine power. The creation divine power and Origin Dragon essence swept across, giving Long Chen the ability to stand at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. He had once defeated the chaotic Lord God and had returned. His return was a massacre. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen used his first nomological law, the Eternal Vortex. As soon as the Eternal Whirlpool erupted, all of the primordial great demons on the mountain peak, who had yet to react, were under the control of the Eternal Whirlpool. Long Chen's time law had long reached an incredible state and his control over the Eternal Whirlpool was beyond what it used to be. Even if there were many primeval troll or even perfect realm ultimate gods trapped in the Eternal Whirlpool, Long Chen could still control the speed of time. Apart from himself who was considered normal, the others were completely trapped in the chaos. Some of the Demon King level primeval troll were basically unable to move. He made eye contact with the pitch-black eyes of Ancestor Wa, who was high up on the mountain peak. Even though her eyes contained a huge impact, it was naturally not enough to break through the defense of the Origin Dragon Palace. No matter what, the ones he had to kill as soon as possible were definitely the strongest among them, the Primordial Gold Demon and the other Demon Lord of the Perfection Realm. Long Chen had locked onto them from the very beginning.
Endless life and death tribulations.
The Primordial Dragon Sword erupted and 3 types of rules fused within it, gathering multiple powers. Endless images of divine dragons swirled around the sword. Long Chen thrust the sword forward and the boundless power of life and death calamity erupted, rushing towards one of the ultimate gods. Under the Eternal Whirlpool, that hierarch could not escape or retreat at all. He could only watch as Long Chen attacked. The boundless life and death tribulation's nomological laws surpassed everything and attacked his body. Puchi! The boundless life and death tribulation was like a giant beast that pierced into his body. It swept up the opponent's own power and expanded infinitely, completely destroying his body. Long Chen did not use much time to do that. At the same time, the primordial gold demon had already broken free from the eternal whirlpool and was desperately escaping. He even used his partner next to him as a shield. Ancestor Hua, save me. The primordial gold demon fled in panic and howled miserably. He saw with his own eyes an existence similar to him being defeated by Long Chen with a single move. Now, he was being invaded by the nomological laws and imprisoned by the eternal whirlpool. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Even the primordial golden demon, which was known for its tough defense, did not have the slightest confidence that it would be able to withstand that rule. He could already feel that this was a crazy rule that was boundless. It went against the flow, and its power would increase infinitely during the attack. Having experienced Long Chen's terror, the primordial gold demon fled frantically with all his might. I've finally come back to life. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. In his heart, surviving and attacking the myriad realms was an extremely strong desire. For that, he called out 10,000 times in an attempt to rush out of this place. Dead Spirit Blood Talisman. However, at this moment, he felt that he was being targeted. It wasn't by Long Chen, but by a nomological law. A nomological law that could make anyone's hair stand on end. An intense murderous aura shrouded the top of the primordial gold demon's head. Like maggots on bones, he couldn't get rid of it. The primordial gold demon looked back in horror. A red light crossed an endless distance like a nightmare. In the eyes of Primeval Troll, it was no longer a red light, but a bloody beast that was 10 times larger than him. It was a beast of death. Ancestor Hua, save me. Save me. The primordial gold demon screamed, but he didn't know that in the eternal whirlpool, time was still under Long Chen's control. It was even more impossible for him to escape from the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman. Wang. The Dead Spirit Blood Talisman fused into his body of steel. Done. The two top-notch Perfection Realm Demon Sovereigns could kill a few of them. They could save billions of lives in the myriad realms. The endless life and death tribulations were still manageable, but the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman was something that no one could survive. Therefore, Long Chen quickly changed his target. His next target was naturally the traitors. Xin Jun and Ji Taishu. They were the ones who had caused the greatest destruction to the myriad realms. If not for them, the myriad realms wouldn't have suffered from the primeval troll's calamity. Long Chen hated the two of them the most. At that moment, they met Long Chen's eyes. The coldness in Long Chen's eyes and the intense murderous intent in them made it hard for Shen Jun and Ji Taishu to breathe. The problem was that it was difficult for the two of them to escape in the eternal whirlpool. The only thing they could do was to desperately call for help from Ancestor Hua, hoping that she could save them. At that moment, they were on the verge of tears. Ancestor Hua, please hurry. In fact, Long Chen knew that it wouldn't be easy for Ancestor Hua to stop Long Chen now that she was trapped in the seal. What Long Chen wanted to do this time was to destroy all the primeval troll's hopes and kill all the awakened primeval troll, so that the three ancestor fiends wouldn't be able to awaken. Xin Jun had to die. Long Chen, don't be like this. We can talk things over. Don't attack first. No matter what you want, I can agree to it now. Xin Jun said while trembling. In fact, his main goal was to buy some time. Of course, his fear was real. Back in the Great Emperor's heaven, the two of them were very arrogant in front of Long Chen. They worshipped the primeval troll's occupation of the infinite worlds and how their status would change. They didn't expect that in such a short time, they could only tremble in front of Long Chen. However, no matter what they said, Long Chen's sword didn't stop at all. No! Shen Jun let out an earth-shattering scream of despair. He stared at Long Chen with widened eyes, but even so, he couldn't stop Long Chen's killing. This is the price of betrayal. Whoosh! To kill Shen Jun, Long Chen only needed a rebirth slash. Before the rebirth slash reached him, Shen Jun roared, but he was still disintegrated by the power of the rules, turning into fragments that drifted in the air. No! Ji Taishu's eyes widened. This was the only thing he could do. In the eternal whirlpool, he couldn't move at all.
He could only watch as the person closest to him turned into ashes in front of his eyes. Don't regret it. It's your turn. After taking care of Shin Jun, Long Chen turned his attention to Ji Taishu. He was once his opponent, but now, killing him was as easy as blowing a breath. Ah! Ji Taishu was so scared that his face was deathly pale, and his body was trembling. Moments ago, he had been immensely proud of himself, but in the blink of an eye, disaster had descended upon him, a nightmare. To Ji Taishu, it was as if the entire sky had collapsed. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He and Shin Jun were people who deserved to die. The souls of the Flower Fairy Realm and the Spirit Clan were related to these two. It wasn't easy to come here, so he naturally had to destroy them. One sword. However, right at this moment, the eternal whirlpool that Long Chen controlled suddenly underwent a huge change. This was the change of the entire Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. Suddenly, the space in front of Long Chen changed, and whirlpools appeared in front of him. A wave of energy from the entire Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb suppressed Long Chen's body, and instantly pushed Long Chen out. Whoosh! Although it was a force that did not have any killing power, it directly pushed Long Chen out of the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. Depressing. Long Chen didn't even need to look to know that he had been sent out of the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. Ancestor Hua was the controller of the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. Although she was sealed and her reaction was a little slow, she was able to change the space of the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb and force Long Chen out. This meant that her control over the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb was even stronger than Long Chen's control over the life and death realms. Right now, Long Chen was near the ancestral star. He almost killed Ji Taishu as well. However, if you can let me out once, can you let me out twice? He still had the Death Realm Dragon Gate in the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. The moment he came out, Long Chen immediately returned to the Death Realm and found the few doors that led to the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. Just as he was about to enter, something that made Long Chen even more depressed happened. Those few Death Realm Dragon Gates had actually been wiped out. I never thought that these 3 ancestor devils would be so powerful. Not only did they directly send me out, they even wiped out the Death Realm Dragon Gate that I left in the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. From the beginning until now, no one has ever been able to wipe out the Death Realm Dragon Gate. In this way, if Primeval Troll did not attack the Myriad Worlds again before the 3 ancestor devils completely escaped, it would basically be impossible for Long Chen to enter. It seemed that the plan to destroy the rebirth of the 3 ancestor devils would not be able to be carried out. The clues were cut off. At the very least, the harvest this time was to kill 2 Perfection Realm Demon Sovereigns and kill Shin Jun. With that thought in mind, he felt much better. Forget it. Since it's a calamity, it won't be so easy to avoid it. I'd better focus on preparing for the real battle in 10 days. At that time, it'll be time to confront the 3 ancestor devils. Now that his chaotic divine marshal had become an ultimate god, Long Chen was actually very confident. Especially after the Death Realm Central Hub was constructed, everyone was now ready to fight to the death and was just waiting for that day to come. Chapter 32:10. If he had not entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time, a dozen days would have passed in a split second. Now, all the arrangements of the Myriad Worlds were in place. The victory of the Ancestral Star had given the people of the Myriad Worlds great confidence. Now was the time when everyone's fighting spirit was at its peak. 100,000 primeval troll were killed one after another. With the help of Long Chen, the Ancestral Star suffered very little loss. Furthermore, there was the Soul Melody of Life, which was simply a masterpiece in the world. Because of this, Long Chen's name as the God Ancestor spread across the world, and he became the spiritual pillar of countless people. Long Chen felt that his God Palace was still increasing rapidly. More and more people began to believe in him and provide him with the wish power of all living beings. The more the wish power of all living beings was, the faster Long Chen's battle strength would recover when he fought. Indeed, the Myriad Worlds had fallen into a dead silence. Everyone was looking at the world outside the sky nervously, in case the primeval trolls suddenly appeared. No matter what world it was, there was only nervous eyes and heavy breathing. Primeval Troll would only bring destruction. The Dragon Demon Ancient Tomb. The endless black mountains were like tens of thousands of demonic claws. Blood flowed like rivers, spreading across the boundless territory. Black clouds tumbled in the sky, lightning crackled, and a torrential rain of blood fell, bathing the entire world in this boundless curtain of rain.
As the lightning streaked across the sky, countless ferocious giant eggs could be seen among the mountains and valleys. Behind each giant egg was a tombstone, and on the pitch-black tombstones, blood rain slid down the cold stone slabs, as if there were ferocious faces flashing in them. Beside one of the rivers of blood, a young man knelt there, letting the blood rain wash over his body. He clenched his fists tightly, his veins bulging, and his eyes were filled with suffocating hatred. Long Chen, I swear Ji Taishu will make you die a miserable death. I will make you lose everything and suffer for eternity. I must avenge you. He was like this because Long Chen had killed Shenjun. Ji Taishu raised his head. In his field of vision, the three huge mountain peaks around him were fluctuating in the torrential rain. It seems like it's time. A cold smile appeared on Ji Taishu's face. It was as if he could already smell death. He could imagine the scene of countless weak lives entering the mouth of a primeval troll like ants. We, the primeval troll race, will eventually occupy the infinite worlds. Otherwise there will be no point in us living. When Ji Taishu finished his last word, the entire Dragon Devil's ancient tomb finally began to undergo an unprecedented change under the expectant gazes of all the surviving primeval troll. 6 rays of light. Every mountain peak and every egg that belonged to an ancestral fiend instantly emitted 2 blinding beams of light that they had never seen before. They were pitch black but extremely intense. 2 rays of light instantly pierced into the giant eggs on the other 2 mountain peaks. The giant eggs on the other 2 mountain peaks also emitted 2 beams of light, piercing towards the other 2. The 6 beams of light formed a huge triangle, with the 3 giant eggs as the 3 points of the triangle. Ancestral Fiend. In an instant, all the primeval troll prostrated themselves on the ground in shock. Even Ji Taishu had turned into an emperor devil and prostrated himself beside the river of blood. Not far from him, Emperor Xueqi demon Xue Lan Yen, who had luckily survived, was also the same. The moment of change had arrived. Under the pull of the 6 rays of light, the 3 ancestral fiends began to loosen up on the mountain peaks. At the beginning, their movements were very small, but it could be seen that each of the giant eggs was pulling the other 2. The result would be that the 3 giant eggs would collide fiercely. All the primeval troll knew in their hearts that this was the true goal of the 3 ancestral fiends. The only way to break their seal. Right now, the 6 rays of light were actually like the arms of the giant eggs, pulling the other 2. When all of their power exploded, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The entire Dragon Devil's ancient tomb was in an incomparably tragic turmoil. Large numbers of mountains collapsed, large numbers of giant eggs were submerged, and the monstrous rain of blood became even more majestic. Boom boom boom. The entire Dragon Devil's ancient tomb seemed like it was about to be destroyed. Bang! 3 consecutive loud sounds rang out. Under the expectant gazes of all the primeval troll, the 3 giant eggs finally broke away from their original mountain peaks. After they broke away, the 3 mountains that were as large as continents shattered one after another, turning into countless boulders that fell from the sky. It was likely that quite a few primeval troll would be smashed to pieces. However, to the large number of primeval troll, these were all a small number. Boom! The entire Dragon Devil's ancient tomb could be described as being earth-shattering. After breaking free from the mountain's control, the 3 giant eggs were entwined by the light and were charging toward the center of the 3 at a terrifying speed. Even though they were quite far away, this was even better. This provided them with sufficient time to crash into each other. At the last moment, their speed was so fast that it was impossible to see. The primeval troll only took a deep breath before a terrifying collision occurred in the center. Boom! In that instant, the mountains collapsed. All of the giant eggs and tombstones that could be seen were directly buried by the Black Mountains. The entire Dragon Devil ancient tomb was simply razed to the ground. Not to mention that in the sky, all the black clouds were swept away, and the torrential rain disappeared. The Dragon Devil's ancient tomb had never been as quiet and peaceful as it was at this moment. At the point of collision, everything seemed to vanish into thin air, as if nothing had appeared. However, in that instant, there were still some primeval troll who saw 3 figures that blotted out the sky. Ordinary primeval troll were already very large, but when they were in front of the 3 primeval troll, they felt like they were little birds, and the other party was a giant bird that could spread its wings for over 100 meters. Even a little claw from his opponent was far inferior. Of course, this shadow only flashed for a moment, but even so, it was still enough to scare them. They knew that the current situation could only mean that the 3 ancestral devils had succeeded. Therefore, after a short period of silence, all the primeval troll who had awakened earlier were now prostrating themselves on the ground, extremely excited.
Almost all of them were roaring. Greetings, three ancestral devils. Welcome back, ancestral devils. That's right, at the location of the collision, three tiny figures appeared. They existed in human form, but at this moment, no one wanted to underestimate them. 3. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman on the left should be Ancestor Wa.
In the clouds that had reformed, the primeval troll did not dare to raise their heads to look at the three of them.
Even when they were prostrating, they could only tremble. Even though the other party was in human form, the pressure that came from their superiors was definitely not wrong. Every primeval troll felt as if they had seen their ancestors. Of course, with the arrival of the three ancestral devils, what everyone was looking forward to the most was that the three ancestral devils would awaken all of the countless primeval troll in the dragon devil's ancient tomb and return. Then they would begin to attack the myriad worlds. Ancestral devils. Ancestral devils. Hysterical cheers. The three ancestral devils were preparing in the clouds. After a while, with them as the center, suddenly, a total of billions of rays of light fell from the sky like a torrential downpour. Amidst the rumbling, they swept out endlessly, sprinkling on this ancient and desolate land. Every ray of light corresponded to a giant egg. This was a carnival that belonged to the primeval troll clan. All the primordial demons, wake up with us. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the hot-blooded, ferocious and violent shouts, the entire dragon devil's ancient tomb shook violently. From high up in the sky, one could see that the vast earth below was churning. Countless giant beasts that were buried underground crawled out one after another, like bamboo shoots after the rain. 1, 2, 100,000, a million. In the end there were hundreds of millions of people or even more. After every primeval troll appeared, they began to accompany the three ancestral devils in revelry and roar. In an instant, the dragon devil's ancient tomb was drowned by the roars of the giant demons. As far as the eye could see, the huge, cruel and ferocious primeval troll were endless. No one knew how big the world was, and no one knew how many primeval troll there were. Even the number of experts was uncountable. Today is the day of our primordial demon clan's rebirth. Under the voice of one of the ancestral devils, all the primeval trolls submitted. There were too many. Ji Taishu looked at the countless primeval troll, and he couldn't help but tremble and cry. If you had lasted until this moment and not been killed by Long Chen, then you would have been able to see this grand occasion. Primeval troll is destined to be a superior existence. This world should belong to us. Every primeval troll belonged to slaughter, belonged to destruction. Seeing them, Ji Taishu's blood also began to boil. Following the cheers and roars of the ancestral devil, every primeval troll's bloodline seemed to hide a flame, incomparably fiery. Before the battle even started, they were so ferocious that even Ji Taishu was afraid. After being trapped for so long, the primeval troll were too hungry and thirsty. Now, they were anxious and needed fresh nourishment. Since it's a new life, then we have to be impudent. Right now, the myriad worlds have a huge amount of food that belongs to us. The dragon devil's ancient tomb is not just a place where we can stay for a long time. We want to conquer the myriad worlds. We want to seize everything. Roar. Following the call of the ancestral devil, all the primeval troll almost went crazy. The dragon devil ancient tomb has a total of 5 passages that lead to the myriad worlds. They are located in the north, south, east, and west. I will open the passage to the greatest extent, but you all also need to reach the myriad worlds as fast as possible. After that, you will spread out and wander the endless starry sky. You will be able to infiltrate the various large worlds and slaughter them to your heart's content. This was the ancestral devil's plan. They did not want to end the battle in a short period of time. Chapter 32:11. Originally, the ancestral fiends were prepared to gather all the power of the primeval troll to conquer the infinite worlds one by one. Of course, the prerequisite was to kill Long Chen and Master Chaos first. Once the strongest were dealt with, there was basically no one who could stop the 3 ancestral fiends. However, after witnessing Long Chen's methods and power, and guessing from the ancestral star that Long Chen must have left behind the Death Dragon Gate in every world, the 3 ancestral fiends knew that a concentrated attack would result in a decisive battle the moment the war began. While the primeval troll were not worried about defeat, they did not want to suffer too many losses either. Their strength was not much stronger than that of the infinite realms and the chaos gods. Of course, on the side of the infinite realms, the only one that they were afraid of was Long Chen. Apart from Long Chen, they did not take the four rulers seriously at all. On the contrary, because the chaos gods' realm was a unified origin world, they were more cautious. Therefore, the three ancestral fiends changed their plan. Their goal was to prolong the war. The first step was to fill the entire infinite world's starry sky with primeval troll. All the primeval troll would be scattered to such an extent that Long Chen would need countless years to kill them all. As long as the three ancestral fiends defeated Long Chen and Master Chaos, and then killed the strongest of each world, the primeval troll could launch an all-out attack and devour the infinite worlds. Trillions of lives would all become food in their stomachs. When that time came, every primeval troll would be unprecedentedly powerful. Attacking the other origin worlds would basically be a piece of cake. To the three ancestral fiends, the difference between the infinite worlds and other origin worlds was that the infinite world structure was composed of the Chaos God realm and Long Chen, while the other worlds were just one origin world. The difference was Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen was an existence they had to eliminate. Long Chen is secondary. It is said that during the conflict between the gods and demons of the infinite worlds and the chaos gods, there was an existence that defeated Master Chaos in one move. Although he later disappeared, he must be our true opponent. If we don't eliminate him, we will not be able to carry out our war. Therefore, we must lure him out and kill him at all costs. This was the conversation between the three ancestral fiends. When they were talking, the passageway leading to the myriad worlds in the ancient dragon devil tomb had already been completely opened. This kind of passageway was just like the passageway between Long Chen's realm of life and death in Pango continent. It could be opened and closed at any time, and was the true entrance to the world of life. As for the dragon devil ancient tomb, for example, its entrance in the southern star domain was the heaven's secret realm, the deepest part of the universe hive, which was once guarded by the eternal illusion demon. Now that Long Chen was in the death world, his attention was focused on the 10,000 worlds. The time was up, and he was constantly preparing. However, it was clear that the primeval troll's passage into the world of myriad worlds was not around these 10,000 worlds. He did not know that countless primeval troll were pouring into the world of myriad worlds. They staggered from all the worlds and began to disperse in the endless starry sky. The starry sky of the myriad worlds was simply too huge. Therefore, every primeval troll was like a speck of dust that had entered the sea. It might not be difficult to find one or two in the starry sky, but it was impossible to find all of them. The more scattered, the more difficult it would be to resolve the future crisis. Scatter. Scatter. The powerful primeval troll began to scatter with the ordinary primeval troll. 1 day passed. 10 days passed. At least on Long Chen's side, there was no movement at all. However, he did not know that with the methods of the three ancestral devils, in less than a period of time, all the primordial giant demons in the dragon devil ancient tomb had already entered the myriad worlds. Now, the dragon devil ancient tomb was empty. What are they doing? More than 10 days had passed, and there was no movement at all. Long Chen was also very puzzled. The other experts basically stayed in their own worlds, preparing at all times. As for Long Chen's battle strength, they were all in the death world, ready to support any place at any time. However, a month had passed, and there was still no movement at all. It was as if the primeval troll had disappeared without a trace. Could it be that they have attacked other worlds first? This was Long Chen's guess, but even so, he could not relax in the slightest. Moreover, once the primeval troll conquered other worlds, if it was easy, they would become even more tyrannical. Long Chen prepared to go out with Lingxi to take a look. He moved a few worlds, but there was still no movement at all. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, "Let's go to the universe hive to take a look." Because he did not leave the Death World Dragon Gate in the universe hive, he had to go to the Hongjun Starry Sea first. After arriving, Long Chen greeted the Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor. "I felt that there was some movement at the universe hive a few days ago, but there is no movement now because I was worried that the primeval troll would launch a sneak attack, so I did not go over to take a look." He was different from Long Chen, and he could not return instantly. "All right, I'll go take a look." Long Chen let Lingxi return to the Death World, and he went alone. He was extremely fast, distorting time, and not long after, he arrived at the universe hive. When he arrived at the universe hive, Long Chen looked over and there was really a primeval troll in the distance. Suddenly,
Long Chen appeared in front of him and controlled his movements. It was just a Demon King-level primeval troll, and it could not escape from Long Chen's palm. Long Chen used the Heart's Eye of Wishes to control it instantly. Let me ask you, what are the 3 ancestor fiends doing now? With the Law of Wishes, Long Chen was not worried that this fellow would not tell him everything. However, when the Law of Wishes invaded, Long Chen suddenly felt an unprecedented resistance from the primeval troll's body. It was the power of an ultimate demon sovereign, and it instantly forced Long Chen out of the primeval troll's body. Hee. The eyes of the primeval troll in front of him glowed with an illusory light, and it was incomparably deep. It was clearly a Demon King-level primeval troll, but its aura had completely changed, as though its soul had changed. So you're Long Chen? This is the first time we've met, Long Chen said with a smile. Although the primeval troll was being controlled, it spoke to Long Chen in an extremely calm tone. Who are you? In fact, Long Chen had a rough idea of what was going on. This primordial giant devil was indeed an ordinary being. But in reality, he was being controlled by another primordial giant devil far away. That primordial giant devil was controlling his body and talking to Long Chen. As for me, I'm the person you want to see. They call me Ancestor Shi. Ancestor Hua. Ancestor Shi. Clearly, it was one of the 3 ancestor fiends. So it's you. Looks like the 3 of you have already escaped from the demonic dragon tomb. Why haven't there been any movements these days? You once claimed to conquer the myriad worlds. Are you afraid now? Long Chen narrowed his eyes, and his gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced into the other party's eyes. You really know how to joke. Compared to the myriad worlds, I'm actually more curious about you. It seems like you know something about the myriad worlds before the epic. If that's the case, you'll definitely be very curious about one thing. The other party was the most powerful primeval troll created by the Sky-Swallowing clan. Or perhaps he knew a lot of things. What you want to know the most is whether the appearance of the primeval troll was because of the Sky-Swallowing clan's orders, or whether we escaped the seal ourselves, and escaped without the Sky-Swallowing clan knowing. Am I right? If it was something the Sky-Swallowing clan did not know about, then it would be better. At least the Sky-Swallowing clan had not awakened yet. But if it was the Sky-Swallowing clan's orders, then it would be truly dangerous for Long Chen. This was indeed the thing he wanted to know the most. Ancestor Shi smiled. Before Long Chen could reply, he said, Of course, this is the final riddle. To make this game more interesting, the final riddle will definitely be revealed at the end. In other words, when you have the possibility of exterminating the primeval troll race, but I don't think it's possible. From the beginning to the end, he was the one speaking. Why is it impossible? Because our boss wants to kill you very much. The war is about to begin. Are you ready? At the end of his sentence, the body of the primeval troll in front of him suddenly burned with transparent flames, just like the eternal phantom demon that died in the eternal whirlpool. In the end, it turned into ashes and disappeared before Long Chen's eyes. Ancestor Shi did not give Long Chen a chance to speak at all. The Sky-Swallowing clan's orders, or my own escape. Which is more terrifying? Long Chen had a premonition that the most crucial battle of his life had come to an end. Life or death would be revealed in the intense battle that was about to happen. Perhaps, he would not even be able to make it through tomorrow. Ancestor Shi said that their boss shouldn't be Ancestor Hua. That means that apart from the 3 of them, the last one should be the strongest. Then, who is the last one? In an instant, there seemed to be many mysteries, causing Long Chen's heart to be in turmoil. Still, only power can solve all of this. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart gradually calmed down. No matter what, everyone only had one path, and that was victory. Why would a primeval gargantuan devil appear here? Long Chen was curious again. Now that there was no more in the cosmic hive, he could not help but look at the boundless starry sky, and then began to move forward aimlessly. After walking for about 2 hours, he did not expect to encounter another primeval troll. After Long Chen killed it, he was even more puzzled. He continued to move forward, and did not expect to encounter another primeval troll not long after. Impossible, this must be the arrangement of the 3 ancestor fiends, otherwise, there would not be so many. He returned to the Death Realm, then moved to Pango Continent, and flew into the starry sky again. At first, he did not encounter any primeval troll, but after half a day, he saw it again. And once Long Chen asked it, it would self-destruct. Clearly, Ancestor She seemed to control the life and death of all the primeval troll. Could it be that the 3 ancestor fiends have scattered all the primeval troll in the endless starry sky? Long Chen thought in horror. At this moment, Lord Chaos sent a message. Long Chen, the 3 ancestor fiends are attacking me. Come help me quickly. Chapter 32:12. When the endless primeval trolls silently and stealthily entered the myriad worlds, the 3 ancestor devils also followed the large group into the myriad worlds. They appeared at the largest exit in the center of the demonic dragon tomb. After coming out, the place they were closest to was naturally the chaotic divine realm. At the exit, they could see the distant chaotic divine realm. In their eyes, the chaotic divine realm was like a dazzling gem floating in the starry sky, astonishingly beautiful. But the gazes of the 3 ancestor devils were more focused in another direction. That was once the core of the myriad worlds, the dragon sacrificial continent. Now that the dragon sacrificial continent has vanished, there seems to be nothing left. When we first occupy the myriad worlds, we can properly study it. Although such a glorious world has been destroyed, there might be some interesting things left behind. For example, that Long Chen, wasn't he left behind from that world? Among the 3 ancestor devils, Ancestor Hua looked like a mature and intelligent woman. She had an exquisite figure and her long hair was tied up in a bun, like a noble lady in the palace. Her every move was incomparably noble, like the mother of all things, worthy of respect. Ancestor She was on the other side. He was a middle-aged man. His long hair was also meticulously tied up, and he had a small mustache. He looked refined and cultured. His eyes and smile were slightly demonic. Just one look was enough to leave an unforgettable impression. As for the third one, he was always in the middle of Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi. He was a young man with black hair and black eyes. Apart from being handsome and dignified, there was nothing special about him. No one knew that this young man, who looked like a vase, was actually the Lord of the Myriad Demons, who had brought a great calamity to the myriad worlds. The primordial demon lord. His status and strength were above Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi. Although there were 3 ancestor devils, in fact, the other 2 ancestor devils were also led by the primordial demon lord. Go. The primordial demon lord said faintly. In a very short period of time, he and the other 2 primordial demon lords had already arrived outside the Chaos Divine world. Their movements were very quiet, so even the Chaos Divine Lord did not notice them. Before the war, all the chaotic divine race was on guard. This 9-colored chaos array is quite interesting. If I have time I can completely crack it. Ancestor She played with his mustache and said with a little pride. Isn't destroying it more in line with the style of our primordial demon race? Ancestor Hua said coldly. Then you can do it, Ancestor She said. Ancestor Hua did not say much. Their goal today was the Chaos God world. Now that the primeval troll of the infinite worlds was in place, the true first battle would be initiated by the 3 ancestor devils. Of course, their goal this time was to make them pay for their failure on the homeworld in double. Ancestor Hua descended on the blue chaos formation and observed it for a while. It was already brewing. Ancestor Hua's rule was similar to Devil Hua's, but it was completely detached. If Long Chen were here, he would be able to feel that Ancestor Hua's rule was actually creation, and the black hole rule was only a part of it. Of course, in the field of creation, Ancestor Hua's achievements naturally surpassed the chaotic divine lord. The chaotic divine lord's strongest was the chaotic rule, and creation was only comprehended from the second ancestral dragon's blood essence. Now, a huge black hole vortex appeared in Ancestor Hua's hand. It was like a huge circular blade, and now it was cutting towards the 9-colored chaos array of the Chaos God world. Its sharpness was simply unimaginable. But when the blade came into contact with the chaos array, it could be imagined that the chaos array was like cotton. The blade sank deep and frantically tore it apart. The chaos array that the chaotic divine race was most confident in began to collapse under the attack of one of the ancestor devils. Although it would take some time, it was clear that the chaos array alone could not stop the 3 ancestor devils. Who dares to break into my chaos god world? The chaotic divine lord felt it when the 9-colored chaos array was attacked. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared outside the 9-colored chaos array, and directly confronted the 3 ancestor devils. Ancestor Hua had actually achieved her goal when she saw the chaotic divine lord. That was to lure him out, so she stopped the destruction. The three ancestor devils looked at the chaotic divine lord differently. Cold and curious. The strongest experts in the myriad worlds stared at each other. Hello, chaotic divine lord. The three ancestor devils did not gather together. Instead, they surrounded the chaotic divine lord from a certain angle. Among them, the primordial demon lord's temperament was similar to the chaotic divine lord's. They were both cold and indifferent people. But there was a difference. The chaotic divine lord was a person with emotions, while the primordial demon lord was truly cold and bloodthirsty. In his eyes and actions, there was no emotion at all. Seeing the three of them, Master Chaos gasped. He had never expected that the three ancestral fiends would attack him first. If it wasn't for his alliance with Long Chen, he would have been dead for sure. He informed Long Chen while preparing for battle. Are the three of you the three ancestor devils? How should I address you? The chaotic divine lord responded calmly and tried to buy as much time as possible. If the three of them attacked together, he would definitely be in trouble. I am Devil Shi. Naturally, you can call me Ancestor Shi. The other woman was the Ancestor Hua that Long Chen had mentioned. The last one was the one that the chaotic divine lord was afraid of. He was the only one that he could not understand at all. It was just like the feeling that Kitten gave him back then. You call yourself the chaotic divine lord. Then, I am naturally the chaotic divine lord. This is not the point. The point is that I want this chaotic divine world. Speaking of this, the primordial demon lord looked at the other two and said, You two deal with him. Don't let him escape and cause trouble. Chaotic divine lord, your chaotic divine world is here. I think you won't escape. Under the arrangement of the primordial demon lord, the eyes of Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi lit up. They had not fought for a long time. Now, it was finally the time that they longed for the most. Battle. Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi gradually approached the chaotic divine lord. Don't you want to stay a little further away from your chaotic divine world? Ancestor Shi asked with a smile. He looked very righteous. Even at that moment, it was difficult to feel any evil aura from him. Stay a little further away. Who asked you to lure me away? The chaotic divine lord's main goal was to delay as much time as possible. At that moment, another person appeared beside him. The three ancestral demons saw another ultimate god. They thought it was Long Chen, but it did not seem like it at all. After a closer look, they realized it was another chaotic divine lord. Chaotic divine martial art. It was the chaotic divine martial art that had recently reached the ultimate god realm. Another ultimate realm ultimate god. Two ultimate realm ultimate gods have been born in an origination level world? The three ancestral demons were slightly surprised to see such a situation. However, they were only slightly surprised. The chaotic divine martial art that had just reached the ultimate god realm did not seem to be a big threat to them. I'll deal with this little guy. You guys finish this quickly. The primordial demon lord quickly made a decision. Don't be slower than the two of us. Impossible. At such a moment, the three ancestral demons could still talk and laugh. They were indeed very calm. Of course, while they were talking and laughing, their killing intent was firmly locked on the chaotic divine lord and his son. Father, the chaotic divine martial art was a little nervous. In fact, the other 7 chaotic divine masters had requested to participate in the battle below but were stopped by the chaotic divine lord. It was useless for them to come out now. It was better to wait for Long Chen. Attack. Under the command of the primordial demon lord, the 3 ancestral demons locked on to their respective opponents. Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi gathered together and their techniques were considered to be extremely powerful. Meanwhile, the primordial demon lord's gaze alone had an absolute suppressive effect on the chaotic divine martial art. It was the most tense moment. However, at that moment, a blood-colored Death Realm Dragon Gate opened in front of the 3 ancestral demons. Long Chen walked out from it and blocked in front of the chaotic divine lord. Seeing Long Chen, the chaotic divine lord finally heaved a sigh of relief. With the arrival of strong reinforcements, it was now at least 3 against 3. The 3 ancestral demons and the 3 strongest experts of the myriad worlds had arrived. This was the most intense confrontation between the myriad worlds and the primeval troll. Before the battle began, the battle between the top experts was already about to erupt. Without a doubt, this would be a battle that would affect the entire war. If Long Chen couldn't hold on,
It would mean the destruction of the myriad worlds and the death of trillions of lives. Long Chen. The three ancestral demons stopped. Long Chen was the one they paid the most attention to. They had long expected Long Chen to come, but his speed was too fast. The chaotic Divine Lord had slightly delayed him. However, even with Long Chen's arrival, they didn't seem surprised or worried. Devil Hua and Ancestor Shi looked at each other and said, "It seems that attacking together won't work. This is good. We can see who will defeat the opponent first." Devil Hua said, "If you choose this chaotic Divine Lord, you will naturally be the fastest." "You're wrong. Firstly, my opponent is the chaotic Divine Lord. Secondly, don't forget about Big Brother, even if his opponent is a little difficult." Their conversation directly determined the outcome of the battle. The chaotic Divine Lord turned back and said, "Xinwu, your priority is to stay alive. Don't stray too far from me." "Yes, Father." If they didn't have to face the primordial demon lord, the chaotic Divine Lord wouldn't be so pressured. However, in reality, their situation wasn't optimistic. After all, other than the chaotic Divine Lord, the three ancestral demons would definitely crush them. Long Chen also realized the situation. He didn't expect the battle to start so quickly. This was the most crucial round. Therefore, he had already asked Xueqi to persuade Kitten to come back and help. Chapter 32:13. Every ancestral fiend had simply and directly locked onto their opponent. For example, the most terrifying primordial demon lord had locked on to Long Chen. Even though there was still a distance between them, Long Chen could feel how terrifying this person was. That aura seemed to be breaking free of the ordinary gods and demons, and was charging towards a supreme position. Perhaps this person had already reached the step that belonged to the ancestors. He was definitely a terrifying opponent. Long Chen took a deep breath. No matter what, as long as he existed in the myriad worlds, he could not escape. No matter who it was, the primeval troll had to be removed. To all mystical dragons, it was a humiliation. To put it bluntly, the primeval troll was the shit of the sky-swallowing clan. This was a battle of hatred that had lasted from before the epic. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for a long time. His blood was boiling. The primordial demon lord did not waste any time. He immediately left and circled around the chaotic divine world, heading in another direction. Long Chen had to chase after him. If he did not chase after him, and allowed the primordial demon lord to move to the other side of the chaotic divine world, then he would directly attack the 9-colored chaos formation diagram. If the 9-colored chaos formation diagram was destroyed, then the lives and deaths of the trillions of people in the 9 chaotic continents would be in his hands. Therefore, as long as he moved, Long Chen had to stop him. Today, it was the primeval troll's attack. In the chaotic divine world, Long Chen and the others could only defend, just like how Long Chen had massacred in the demonic dragon tomb. At this moment, the primordial demon lord moved, and Long Chen chased after him. "Father, Long Chen might be able to stop the primordial demon lord." The Master of Chaos said in a deep voice, "He will try his best. Whether he can stop them or not will depend on luck. However, we should focus on these two. If the two of them could stop Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi, they would already be considered lucky, let alone the primordial demon lord. If either Ancestor Hua or Ancestor Shi were to fight one-on-one, the Chaos Divine Lord would not have much confidence in winning. At most, they could be considered evenly matched. However, the Chaos Divine martial art would definitely not be able to last for long. Just as the Chaos God Lord had predicted, the moment the primordial demon lord left, the two ancestor demons looked at each other, sneered and attacked. The most important battle in the myriad worlds was about to begin. For a moment, a destructive power swept out. Long Chen had already followed the primordial demon lord to the other side of the chaos divine world. At this time, he also felt the huge movement of the battle. Under this battle, even with the protection of the 9-colored chaos formation diagram, the entire chaos divine world was still shaking violently. The 9 chaos continents were shaking. This showed how terrifying this battle was to the common people. Boom boom boom. Light flashed, and in the dazzling light behind him, Long Chen saw the power of many rules. Chaos, primordial chaos, creation, and Ancestor Shi's mystical rules. If Long Chen was here, he would be able to see the grand battle. It was a battle between the two largest primeval troll and 2 chaos beasts that were no weaker than them. It blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Its body was as vast as a world, and it possessed the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. You are very interesting. No matter how fierce the battle was, the primordial demon lord was still very calm. Now that he had successfully pulled Long Chen out of the battle, his cold and bloodthirsty eyes glanced at Long Chen. He said lightly, "There are many things that you want to know, but I don't want to tell you. Actually, I could have attacked the other origin worlds first, but I chose this place first. The main reason is that you are here, and I am anxious to see you." In that case, he already had a certain understanding of Long Chen's real identity. If they had received orders from the Sky Swallowing clan, then the Sky Swallowing clan should have known as well. Thus, Long Chen guessed, "It seems that you have hidden from the Sky Swallowing clan and awakened in secret to come to this world." The primordial demon lord did not answer, but smiled coldly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Long Chen. After a long while he said, "Anyway, it is very interesting. You don't have to care so much. No matter what, after so many years of silence, we, the primordial demon race, should make our existence meaningful. Do you know how terrifying it is to exist without meaning?" Long Chen could understand, but he did not agree with the way they did things. At that moment, he only wanted to challenge the master of the primeval troll, to find out how strong he was. At the same time, his opponent could not hold it in any longer. "I wanted to play with you for a longer period of time. However, since you've blocked my path today, I'll show you exactly how big of a gap there is between us." After the primordial demon lord said this, it was time for him to attack. From the primordial demon lord's body, Long Chen felt a power that surpassed the gods and demons. At that moment, a familiar scene appeared in his eyes. It was the day Kitten awakened, when he heavily injured the Master of Chaos with one slap. That slap looked simple, but it was beyond the normal rules. It was a power that was unique to the gods and demons, yet it suppressed the rules of the gods and demons. Long Chen had to admit that he could not understand what was hidden in it. Now, it was the same for the primordial demon lord. A black demonic light condensed in his hand. That demonic light seemed to be just a ray of light, but if one were to sense it carefully, they would be able to sense endless worlds within it. There were billions of worlds entangled within it, and each world was just a dot. And these were all worlds created by the primordial demon lord in an instant. "This is for you, Thousand-World Demon Fist." The primordial demon lord casually sent his fist forward. That punch instantly transcended time and space, and there was no concept of time and space. The moment he attacked, it landed on Long Chen's body. Miraculous. Terrifying. When the other party attacked, Long Chen took out the Origin Dragon Palace and fused it with his body. He had just inherited all the creation god power and fused it with the Origin Dragon energy. Within his body, a vast amount of power was formed. Under the attraction of the rules, all of it rushed towards the primordial dragon sword like a raging river. Gathering all the power in Long Chen's body, he released the fusion of 3 rules. Infinite life and death calamity. Long Chen's sword had just lashed out, and the speed of his attack was almost the same as Long Chen's. However, in that instant the myriad world demon fist had the upper hand. Just as the endless life and death calamity was about to unleash its power, the punch had already struck Long Chen's chest. Long Chen was sent flying and smashed into the 9-colored chaos diagram. The infinite life and death calamity was destroyed before it could even form. Even the Origin Dragon Palace was destroyed by the other party's terrifying power. What kind of power is this? At this moment, Long Chen was in the same state of shock as the Chaos Master back then. That power that suppressed the rules had disintegrated the defense of the Origin Dragon Palace temporarily, dealing a devastating blow to Long Chen. Fortunately, Long Chen used the soul-reviving melody in time to cover himself with dancing flames. That was how he managed to suppress that terrifying power. But even so, Long Chen was still injured. His surroundings were filled with a blue ocean. He was defeated in a single move, and there was no one who could stop him. Long Chen used the soul-reviving melody to suppress his injuries and rushed out of the 9-colored chaos diagram. But at this moment, he saw something else. The target of the primordial demon lord wasn't him at all. It was the 9-colored chaos diagram. The moment Long Chen appeared, the primordial demon lord smirked coldly and punched out once more. But this time around, his target was the 9-colored chaos diagram. And this punch was different from the previous one. The previous one was gentle. This time around,
It was brutal and destructive. Boom! At this moment, what Long Chen saw was the real destruction of heaven and earth. When the seemingly simple punch landed on the 9-colored chaos diagram, it instantly formed a depression as huge as Pango continent. It was as if the entire chaotic divine realm had been dented by this punch. Of course, this was just the beginning. Since Long Chen was still in the chaos diagram, he naturally withstood this terrifying punch. The next moment, the chaotic divine realm exploded like a balloon that was filled with air. Such a scene was vast, terrifying, and shocking. At that moment, even though he was in the 9-colored chaos diagram, Long Chen could still understand that the entire 9-colored chaos diagram had been completely destroyed. On the dancing fire continent, one could see that the 9-colored sky and countless suns had been completely destroyed at this moment. The dazzling light and the intense explosion had sent all the existences on the dancing fire continent flying away in an instant. In an instant, there were many casualties. The end of the world had come in an instant. On the dancing fire continent, countless screams and panics could be heard. For a moment, everything was in chaos. Moreover, those blue suns, green suns, and so on were also exploding under the destructive punch of the primordial demon lord. They formed a sea of fire that could destroy heaven and earth, spreading directly toward the dancing fire continent. Now, the sky had been completely covered by the sea of fire. The things that used to protect the chaotic gods had now become deadly weapons. Boom! Boom! For a moment, an incomparably scorching temperature descended on the dancing fire continent, burning the entire continent red. Not to mention the large number of chaotic gods, who were now desperately searching for the chaotic divine Tao and fleeing toward the interior. Screams, howls, and screams were everywhere. Pain spread like a plague. The end of the world had arrived, and endless death swept through. Vaguely, everyone could see that in the sky, in the depths of the starry sky, the demon still had an indifferent expression, as if he had done something insignificant. In the midst of this destruction, Long Chen could hardly stand still. I can't. If he continued to be passive, the chaotic divine realm would be doomed. Long Chen was very anxious. He asked Xueqi to urge Kitten, and at the same time, he worked hard. He had to stop the primordial demon lord. If he let the primordial demon lord punch him again, the entire dancing fire continent, as well as billions of lives, would be destroyed in an instant. Long Chen's soul-reviving song would not be able to save them. Only now did he realize that the primeval troll was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Big brother, let me devour these flames. Chapter 32:14. In fact, in the past, Long Chen wanted Mo Xiaolang to devour the power of the 9-colored chaos formation. That was because they were enemies with the chaotic divine realm. But now they were allies and partners. Once one side was defeated, the other side would be interdependent. Therefore, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang temporarily gave up. However, the situation was different now. The 9-colored chaos formation was destroyed by the primordial demon lord with one punch. If they did not stop it, the majestic flames would fall on the dancing fire mainland. At that time, fire would rain from the sky and all living things would be destroyed. The dancing fire mainland would be filled with fire. The 9-colored chaos formation changed from protection to destruction. It was the perfect time for Mo Xiaolang to devour the divine flames. Long Chen and the chaotic divine lord were not pedantic or unreasonable people. At this critical moment, if they did not do something, how could they get through this crisis? Go! At the most critical moment, Long Chen calmed down. The first thing he did was to let Mo Xiaolang devour as much as he wanted. With Mo Xiaolang and the 7 chaotic divine lords on the dancing fire mainland, it should not be a problem to temporarily protect the dancing fire mainland. The key was to stop the primordial demon lord. And this important task naturally fell to Long Chen. Even if he was defeated by the primordial demon lord in a single move, Long Chen still resolutely turned around and rose up. He locked onto the position of the primordial demon lord, and with a roar of rage, he rushed forward like a divine dragon. The power of the Origin Dragon Palace gathered on his body again. Long Chen's power reached its peak again. At the same time, his willpower was unprecedentedly strong. Now that he was facing a strong enemy, it stimulated the violent bloodline in his heart. The hatred of the divine dragon, the hatred of his race. Invade my land and kill my people. Even if you are so strong, I will still tear you into pieces.
Long Chen's violence in the midst of the chaos and his violence in the situation where he was injured made the primordial demon lord look at him in a different light. In this world, there were not many people who could withstand his attack and come out unscathed. Heaven-devouring fire diagram. Mo Xiaolang had turned into the sun-devouring demon wolf. Now that the situation was urgent, he could not devour them one by one like last time. To him, it was a table full of delicacies. Although there were too many of them, the sky-swallowing race was never afraid of having too much food. Thus, the sun-devouring demon wolf used the law of the heaven-devouring fire diagram. Countless divine flames erupted from his body, forming a vortex. This vortex was the sun-devouring demonic wolf's path of devouring. When the sky-devouring flame diagram was activated, a large amount of flames in the 9-colored chaos diagram was devoured by Mo Xiaolang. What is that? Many of the chaotic gods saw the giant beast in the sky. He did not belong to the chaos beasts, nor did he belong to the primeval troll. On the other side, the battle between the 2 chaos beasts and the 2 primeval troll had reached its climax. If not for the primordial demon lord restraining them, the battle would have spread to the dancing fire continent. Without the protection of the chaos formation, the chaotic gods on the dancing fire continent were defenseless in front of the 3 ancestor demons. A casual attack could kill or injure a large number of them. It's Long Chen's friend, the one who defeated the Scarlet Firmament Saint. He is devouring the flames to help us. When the endless flames descended, the chaotic gods were in despair. The flames of the chaos formation exploded, and even the Chaos Scarlet Firmament Saint could not do anything about it. But when Mo Xiaolang appeared, the endless divine flames were finally stabilized. As Mo Xiaolang devoured them crazily, they surged towards him. The flames of war spread. Boom, boom, boom. The sky seemed to have been sucked out. The flames were like giant dragons that were entangled by the flame whirlpool and swallowed. Mo Xiaolang was at the core of the whirlpool. Even if he didn't do anything, the sky-swallowing fire diagram would pull all the flames into it. As for whether Mo Xiaolang could withstand it or not, it depended on his willpower. Such a scene could no longer be described with words. Anyway, the chaotic gods had forgotten to escape. They were all dumbfounded. Big brother, give me some time. In such a crucial battle, the hope of victory suddenly became so small. Mo Xiaolang was naturally not willing to let Long Chen bear all the pressure, especially when the primordial demon lord was so strong. Mo Xiaolang knew that if Kitten still refused to appear, one of the 3 brothers would have to stand up for the myriad worlds and the chaotic divine world to survive today's disaster. Now, such a good opportunity was right in front of him. As long as he broke through to the ultimate god realm, he and Long Chen could join forces and fight side by side again. They might have a chance to defeat the enemy. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang was the first to go crazy. He was the kind of person who became more terrifying the more crazy he was. He was completely different from his calm appearance. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's eyes were blood-red, and the vast sea of flames had already drowned him. All right. Long Chen knew what he wanted. Only by buying some time for Mo Xiaolang would there be a chance of victory. Therefore, he could no longer passively face the primordial demon lord's attack. Instead, he had to find a chance to suppress the opponent. Kitten, we need your help. Whether he would come, Long Chen still did not know. However, he firmly believed that Kitten would return in the end and stand on their side. It was only a matter of time. The Origin Dragon Palace turned into a golden divine dragon and wrapped around Long Chen. Under the brilliance, Long Chen rushed out from the chaos and faced the primordial demon lord again. The primordial demon lord looked relaxed and said, "Unbelievable. He really is from the Sky-Devouring clan. He has dominated you, dominated me, dominated the world. He is my brother. He is different from the Sky-Devouring clan." The primordial demon lord shook his head and said, "You are wrong. We are all living beings and all living beings have their own nature. Ever since I, the primeval troll, was born, my nature and mission was to devour mortals, gods and demons, to kill everything without exception. The Sky-Devouring clan's nature is to devour. It is just like your desire to become stronger. It is unavoidable. When he reaches a certain level you will understand. Sooner or later, your nature will overwhelm your rationality. That is just because you do not have enough rationality and allowed your nature to control you. You are a slave to your nature, so don't think that everyone else is." He was willing to talk and Long Chen was willing to accompany him.
Anyway, it would give Mo Xiaolang more time. Innocent. Pure. The primordial demon lord couldn't help but laugh. Long Chen knew that delaying would not have any effect. Therefore, when he said this, he decided to attack. He held the primordial dragon sword with both hands and activated the Origin Dragon Palace's creation divine power to the maximum. Long Chen was like a golden god of war that had descended, shining brightly. Past and future life reversal. The primordial dragon sword released the primordial dragon sword. This was a rule that even the chaotic godmaster was afraid of. In the form of sword chi, it shot towards the primordial demon lord. What a mysterious rule. The primordial demon lord's expression did not change. He was not afraid at all. On the other hand, Long Chen did not stop at all. Along with the past and future life reversal, he used another rule. Dead Spirit Blood Charm. 2 peak rule laws attacked the primordial demon lord from both sides. Both were rule laws that were hard to break free from. They looked simple, but in reality, they were terrifyingly destructive. This was pretty much all that Long Chen had up his sleeves. But these are all insignificant tricks. The primordial demon lord did not care at all. He did not move and waited for the 2 rule laws to arrive. Only when the past and future life reversal and the dead spirit blood charm entered his body did he say in shock, "Interesting." Boom. The primordial demon lord's body instantly exploded. However, he quickly reformed at the side. In the process of the explosion, both the dead spirit blood charm and the past and future life reversal disappeared. They were destroyed by the primordial demon lord. However, they did not manage to kill him. Long Chen already knew that it would not be easy to kill this guy. However, at least the combination of 2 rule laws was a headache for the primordial demon lord. Hence, this time, it was a serious injury to the primordial demon lord. After reforming into his human form, the primordial demon lord's face was a little pale. In his eyes, there was a kind of anger and a kind of bone-chilling killing intent. Not bad. You have surprised me. The primordial demon lord bit his lips and looked at Long Chen in a different light. He thought that he had seen through the 2 rule laws, but in reality, he had not. Today is just the beginning. You are the one who surprised me. However, don't think that you can defeat us just like that. Long Chen was still in a calm state. However, the blood in his heart was already boiling and his battle intent was about to burst out of his body. No, I feel that today is the end. The reason why I dare to attack you guys so openly is because I believe that you guys are not a match for us. Unless all of the origin level worlds unite. But that is impossible. Only we can go to those worlds. The primordial demon lord frowned slightly. Facing Long Chen, his killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. Honestly speaking, it was a pity to kill Long Chen here. However, the problem was that Long Chen had blocked his path. Forget it. Miracles have nothing to do with me. We, the primordial demon race, only need the value of our existence. As he said this, the primordial demon lord once again condensed the terrifying 1,000-world demon fist. This time, he wanted to completely defeat Long Chen. He might even want to kill Long Chen. Only by getting rid of those who blocked his path could he kill to his heart's content in the chaotic divine world. Boom. However, he did not expect that all the flames below him would gather and be sucked into the vortex. The sun-devouring demonic wolf went crazy and devoured a large amount of flames. The entire sky of the chaotic divine world suddenly became empty. Roar. With a roar, the divine fire vortex returned to Mo Xiaolang's body. The heaven-devouring fire diagram disappeared. Now, Mo Xiaolang had completely devoured the flames of the 9-colored chaos formation diagram. Chapter 32:15. Of course, no matter how reasonable his words were, Long Chen would not believe him. He and Mo Xiaolang had fought side by side for many years. They had gone through thick and thin together. Long Chen had never doubted him, even if he had become a demon. If there was such a thing as nature, even if Mo Xiaolang was affected and obstructed by it, Long Chen would at most be the same as Kitten. Even if Kitten did not appear, Long Chen was still full of confidence in him. If not for that, Mo Xiaolang would not have risked his life to endure the extreme flames. He succeeded. Under the crazy refinement, his power rose steadily and finally reached a new realm, a realm that belonged to the peak of the myriad worlds. Mo Xiaolang's progress in the realm could only be described as unbelievable.
That was the talent of the sky-devouring clan. Bathed in the endless divine flames, the demon wolf rose and reached the ultimate god realm just like the chaotic divine martial art. Boom, boom. After reaching such a realm, Mo Xiaolang naturally came to Long Chen's side as fast as he could feel that the primordial demon lord was about to continue his attack. He came to Long Chen's side and turned into a human. The ancestral fire on Mo Xiaolang's body became even stronger. Under his cultivation, the ancestral fire had become stronger and stronger and had become his most heaven-defying weapon at that moment. The 5 types of ancestral fire combined might not be any weaker than an original-level divine weapon. With him by his side, they once again faced a strong enemy together. Even if the opponent was the primordial demon lord, Long Chen felt more at ease. He and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other and Long Chen saw determination in the flames in his eyes. As expected of Long Chen's brother. At that moment, they were united without any barriers. They were gathered together and twisted into a strong force that could fight against the primordial demon lord. Tsk tisk. The primordial demon lord stopped his attack and could not help but sigh. Today is an eye-opener for me. How should I say this? I'm really looking forward to the day when your eyes will be filled with despair in front of him. There's no point in saying this nonsense. If you want to destroy the chaotic divine realm, you have to go through us first. Long Chen said seriously. The primordial demon lord tilted his head and looked at him, then at Long Chen. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Let's call it a day. I'm not in a hurry, so I'll let you play for a while longer. A good game should be played slowly, right?" He actually stopped. Long Chen knew that even if he and Mo Xiaolang joined hands, they might not be able to stop him. If he insisted on destroying the chaotic divine world, the possibility of stopping him was very low. According to Long Chen's estimation, if there were no other changes, the chaotic divine realm would most likely be destroyed. How should I put it? I've just arrived, so I'm not prepared. But in a few days, I'll give you a big gift. Just be prepared to accept it. Speaking up to here, the primordial demon lord actually left. He opened the door of the demonic dragon tomb in front of Long Chen, entered, and then closed the door. At the last moment, he left behind a creepy smile that was deeply engraved in Long Chen's memory. The primordial demon lord was very similar to a person, and that was the Era demon. Previously, the Era demon also gave Long Chen an unfathomable feeling. Only later did he find out his true purpose. In an instant, he disappeared. Seeing everything vanish into thin air, Long Chen felt like he was dreaming. It was as if the 3 ancestor devils had never been here. However, the destroyed 9-colored chaos array diagram and the tragic dancing fire mainland reminded Long Chen that this was the threat of the 3 ancestor devils. On the other side of the chaotic divine realm, it seemed that Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi had also left under the primordial demon lord's search. The chaotic divine realm was miraculously safe. Long Chen looked around. He wanted to find someone, but there was no sign of him. So, Long Chen could only ask Xueqi. Did he come? He arrived, but he saw that the demon was scared away by him, so he left. Xueqi said proudly. Although she was not used to kitten, it was indeed something to be proud of to be so powerful. Okay, I got it. Continue to follow him. Long Chen understood. No wonder the primordial demon lord was in a hurry to leave. It sounded nice, but in fact, it was because Mo Xiaolang had rushed to the ultimate realm of ultimate gods and kitten had also appeared at that time. He thought that he would not be able to gain any advantage, so he left first. He wanted an absolute victory, not a narrow victory. After all, in his plan, there were still 6 origin worlds to deal with. However, Kitten came and left, which made Long Chen feel a little melancholy. It seems that letting Kitten regain his memory is also an urgent matter. But, what can I do about this memory? If he could not recall the details, Kitten would not be able to truly integrate with them. He would turn back into the guy that Long Chen and the others were familiar with. At that moment, the chaotic divine lord and ancestor Shi came to his side. The chaotic divine lord was fine, but his chaotic divine marshal was heavily injured. It seemed that Ancestor Hua had injured him quite badly. He had just reached the ultimate realm of ultimate gods, and it was indeed too difficult for him to deal with Ancestor Hua. Life Melody. Long Chen used the life law to try his best to get the chaotic divine marshal out of danger. Thank you. The chaotic divine lord pursed his lips and looked helpless. Previously, you asked us to join forces, but I didn't expect that I would need your help today. If it wasn't for you, my chaotic divine world would be finished. Today, I won't say too many words of gratitude. In the future war, my chaotic divine clan will not be stingy and we will live and die with you. Although they had suffered a crushing defeat and suffered a huge loss, at least Mo Xiaolang had become stronger. At least, his relationship with the chaotic divine clan had been greatly improved. Primeval Troll, you've given us a wake-up call today. The chaotic divine lord gritted his teeth and was very angry. The dancing fire mainland below was now almost destroyed. Fortunately, there were not many casualties among the chaotic divine clan. After Long Chen used the life melody to help the chaotic divine marshal stabilize its injury, he used the flame of the life melody to sweep the dancing fire mainland, allowing the souls of the dead to have a miracle of rebirth. Looking at your rules, I seem to see how the living beings of the myriad worlds were born. Under the life melody, the dead and injured living beings were either reborn or recovered. Even the earth was recovering. Seeing such a scene, the chaotic divine lord could not help but feel emotional. Maybe, with Long Chen's help, the chaotic divine world's losses could be said to be reduced to a minimum. I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you today, trillions of living beings in the chaotic divine world would have been annihilated. I don't think many would have survived. Without Long Chen, no one would have stopped the primordial demon lord. After all, the primordial demon lord was an existence that could destroy the 9-colored chaos formation with one punch. The chaotic divine martial lord had recovered a little and was very grateful to Long Chen. Moreover, it was Long Chen who helped him enter the ultimate realm of ultimate gods. Everything was because of Long Chen. The chaotic divine lord looked at the entire chaotic divine world and suddenly made a decision. Long Chen, what do you think our chances of winning are? The chaotic divine lord asked. Long Chen said, based on today's situation, under normal circumstances, we would have suffered a crushing defeat. Moreover, the primeval troll has appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Now they have spread all over the myriad worlds and could launch a fatal attack at any time. The situation is very dangerous. Now, we have 4 existences that are equivalent to ultimate gods. Although we have a lot of numbers, we are still inferior to the enemy. If Kitten can restrain or even defeat the primordial demon lord, it will be our only hope. Otherwise, there will be a lot of casualties. That was the truth. The primordial demon lord alone could dominate too many people. They are in the light and they are in the dark. They are stronger. As for Kitten, there was some uncertainty and that was also a problem. The chaotic divine lord said, it seems that to prevent us from losing too badly, we must have a way to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I think this method has a little hope. Divine Lord, please speak. Long Chen was very curious as to what his method was. All our hopes are on you. The chaotic divine lord said. What do you mean? Long Chen was puzzled. At that moment, the chaotic divine lord suddenly smiled and said, from the beginning, I really didn't want to give you such an important thing. However, after today's battle, I understand that you are definitely a trustworthy person. It is my fortune to be able to be your ally. Therefore I have thought it through. Instead of letting it be silent in my hands, why not let it shine in your hands? You need it more than I do and are more suitable for it. Speaking of that, Long Chen of course knew what it was. He could not help but be overjoyed. He had finally gotten what he had been looking forward to for a long time. To be honest, he had been so engrossed in battle that he had completely forgotten about the second ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. He had fought so hard not just for the Master Chaos God to give it to him. In his opinion, it was not easy to give away such an important thing. Therefore, all his thoughts were on the primeval troll. However, he did not expect that it would turn out to be a success. Thank you, Divine Lord. Long Chen was really excited. That was the most precious inheritance blood essence he had ever obtained. The second ancestral dragon was second only to the first ancestral dragon. There were countless mysteries in it that were waiting for Long Chen to decipher. Don't thank me. I think it originally belonged to you. It's just that it's now in your hands. Even though he had given away the most precious thing he had, the chaotic divine lord was much calmer, especially after the battle. No matter what, he owed Long Chen a favor. Previously, he helped the chaotic divine marshal reach the ultimate god realm. This time, he helped so many chaotic divine clan members to come back to life. Long Chen began to look forward to the second ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence.
He wondered what would happen if he inherited it and where the inheritance blood essence would be inherited from. As of now, there were less than 3,000 votes, which was not the promised 10,000 votes. However, it had helped Crazy get to the first place. Thank you, everyone. Hence, he added a new chapter today. Chapter 32:16. Long Chen's hands couldn't help but tremble when he received the drop of primal chaos inheritance blood from the Master God of Chaos. This belonged to the second ancestral dragon. Now, with this drop, he had found the 8 ancestral dragons' inheritance blood. As long as he inherited all of them, he would be the inheritor of the 8 great ancestral dragons. Apart from the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon, Long Chen's wish was naturally to find the first ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. That way, he would be able to gather all 9 types of ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. At least in terms of laws, no one would be able to compete with him. If he could find the origin dragon souls of the 9 ancestral dragons, that would be even more impressive. The Long Chen that had been created by 9 kinds of origin dragon souls and 9 kinds of inheritance essence blood was absolutely unprecedented. Long Chen had been full of hope for himself at that time. His current dreams and hopes were all for the sake of that moment. Although it was difficult, at least he was realizing his dreams step by step. Since he had obtained the second ancestral dragon's inheritance blood, nothing was impossible in the future. Thank you. When Long Chen put away the inheritance blood, his heart trembled the most. Ever since he had inherited 1/10,000th of the primordial blood spiritual dragon's inheritance blood, he had embarked on the path of a dragon martial artist. Now, many people had become real divine dragons, but he still hadn't. However, he had never given up or doubted it. Many years ago, he would never have thought that he would be able to obtain the second ancestral dragon's inheritance blood. It originally belonged to you, but I forcefully took possession of it. Right now, I hope that it will shine even more brilliantly in your hands. Go and ponder over it. I'm also looking forward to seeing how it will change in your hands. Master God of Chaos felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Long Chen understood that although the Chaos Gods were arrogant and domineering, they would never cross their bottom line. The Chaos God Master was also a friend worth befriending. In fact, they were no different from the 4 great rulers. In the face of the cruel outsiders, they fought together. Although the Chaos God race had suffered great losses in today's battle, at least both sides had developed a deeper relationship. At the same time, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had benefited greatly from this battle. Master God, I'll take my leave first. Now that the primeval troll has spread throughout the myriad worlds, you can always contact me if you encounter any enemies. No problem. I'll think of a way to set up more defenses for the primal chaos divine realm. If you encounter any trouble on your side, just notify me. I'll definitely lend a hand. He was even willing to give away the second ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence, so it was unlikely that he would be stingy. Before the calamity, Long Chen saw the glory of the Lord of Chaos, a senior worthy of respect. He and Mo Xiaolang bid farewell to the other party and returned to the control center of the Death Reign. On the Infinite Realm side, although they did not participate in the battle, they were still very nervous. Xuanji, have you told the 4 rulers and the world lords of the other realms about the current situation? Li Xuanji was in control of the Death Reign. She said, I've already told them, and Heavenly God Luya has confirmed it too. Currently, the Infinite Realms are filled with a large number of primeval troll. They can be seen everywhere, and there are too many of them to count. Moreover, they are not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they are roaming around the various realms, changing positions. But once they receive the order to attack, I think that every realm in the Infinite Realms will be attacked at the same time. After all, the overall strength of the primeval troll exceeded that of the Infinite Realms and the Chaos Divine Realm. The Death Reign could only change the position of the strong, but once the other party attacked all of them, it would be useless. Moreover, because the primeval troll is spread across the starry sky, and the Infinite Realm's starry sky is so huge, it is impossible to kill them all before they attack. We've discussed it, and there are 2 ways to slightly alleviate the situation. The 3 ancestor fiends were very smart. They made such an arrangement to target Long Chen's death reign, causing Long Chen to be unable to quickly finish off the primeval troll. If the battle dragged on, it would not be beneficial to Long Chen at all. Speak. In the midst of danger, Li Xuanji quickly got into her role. She said, first, Heavenly God Luya will search very carefully. If we are lucky, we can find the existence of the primeval troll demon supremacy and above. We can keep an eye on these demon supremacies and kill them first. If we kill too many of them, we can greatly reduce the other party's strength. After all, in any place the most terrifying were the strong. Long Chen frowned. That's a little difficult. Although Brother Lu Ya's ocular technique is powerful and can see any corner of the infinite realms, to find the primeval troll above the demon supremacy level is like searching for a speck of dust in the vast ocean. We can succeed in time, but luck is too important. It's very likely that we won't be able to alleviate the situation. Long Chen knew that this method might not be able to deal a blow to the primeval troll, but now was the time for a response. If they did not resist and allowed the 3 ancestor fiends to make their arrangements, they would be led by the nose. Then they would completely fall into their trap in the future. So there's a second way. Speak. Similarly, let God Luya find the primeval troll above the demon supremacy level, but he only needs to find one. That will require you to take action and force the other party to open the Dragon Devil ancient tomb. In that case, you might be able to enter again after being chased out the last time. The last time was because you were discovered when you transformed into an epic demon. With our transformation rules, the possibility of the 3 ancestor fiends seeing through us is not high. If you hide inside again, you might be able to find a way. For example, a passageway that leads to another origin world. That's a feasible idea. Long Chen pondered for a moment. It might not be impossible. If he could succeed once, he could do it a second time. His luck last time was too bad. Furthermore, the 3 ancestor fiends had awakened. It was hard to imagine that Long Chen would still be so bold. War was a game to begin with. Although there was great danger after entering, the Dragon Devil ancient tomb was the other party's territory after all. However, if there was no danger, how could the primeval troll be difficult to deal with? Let's make this decision first. As for Kitten, he's still an uncertain factor for the time being. I can't completely rely on him. It was not that Long Chen did not believe in Kitten, but he was a cautious person, especially when it concerned the fate of all living beings in the myriad worlds. He wanted to have greater confidence in many situations. As for Kitten, Long Chen wanted to use him as his final trump card to fight against the 3 ancestor fiends. Be careful. Heavenly God Luya is already looking for him. Li Xuanji's dark eyes were filled with worry and rare gentleness. Now, she was about to become a mother. Don't worry. Long Chen smiled slightly. He thought that it was a blessing to have so many people worried about him, even if he was fighting for them. It was also worth it. After making those decisions, Long Chen was eager to inherit the 2nd ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. However, Mo Xiaolang stopped him at that moment. He looked a little lonely and did not feel the joy of becoming an ultimate god like he had imagined. Big brother, I want to talk to you in private. Let's go. Long Chen directly brought him to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time. There were not many people in the Tower of Time as everyone had participated in the Battle of the Myriad Worlds. Long Chen pursed his lips when he saw Mo Xiaolong's expression. He knew what he was worried about. He patted Mo Xiaolong's shoulder and said, "Don't mind what the primordial demon lord said. How could I, Long Chen, not know what kind of person you are?" Mo Xiaolang shook his head and said, "Big brother, I know all these, but I'm still afraid. Do you think I'll be controlled by my so-called nature one day and become your enemy? If that's the case, I'd rather die now. All my strength is made by you. I never thought I'd become your enemy. I'll hate myself to death if that happens." Long Chen took a deep breath and suddenly laughed out loud. "Big brother, is it so funny to have such a heavy future?" Mo Xiaolang felt a little helpless. Kitten has changed now. It's hard for him to remember us in a short period of time. Among us brothers, only I can help you. You're shouldering such a heavy responsibility. I never thought I'd become your enemy at the last moment. Mo Xiaolang said solemnly. This was the reason why he felt melancholy at the moment. "Xiaolang, you've forgotten something." Long Chen's eyes were firm and bright like torches. "What is it?" Mo Xiaolang raised his head in confusion. "Do you remember when we first met, you gave me the star battle body, the thing that changed my fate?" "Of course I remember," Mo Xiaolang said affirmatively. Long Chen said word by word. "Then do you remember what you were back then?" What am I?" Mo Xiaolang was stunned. He didn't understand what Long Chen was talking about. "You're a human," Long Chen said loudly. "I am a human." These words made Mo Xiaolang feel like he saw something, but there was a layer that he couldn't see clearly. "That's right. From the start, you were a human, not a sun-devouring direwolf, not a sky-swallowing clan member. From the start to the end, you were the youth I met that day, not the so-called sky-swallowing clan member. I never felt that you were a sky-swallowing clan member. Big brother. The biggest difference between you and the sky-swallowing clan member is that you don't have a sky-swallowing clan member's soul. The soul is the foundation of a human. The body carries power and desires. You haven't changed at all, so how can you be controlled by your so-called nature? The primordial demon master doesn't understand your situation, so what right does he have to talk about our brotherhood?" At this moment, Mo Xiaolang finally understood. Perhaps his body was that of a sun-devouring fiend wolf and a member of the Sky Devourer tribe, but his spirit soul had always been human. In the eyes of the primordial devil, he was a member of the Sky Devourer tribe, but in Long Chen's eyes, he was the kind and handsome youth from before. He had never changed. "So, you still don't understand?" Chapter 32:17. Mo Xiaolang would not be able to get rid of his mental illness for a long time. Now that Long Chen had helped him solve it, of course, he had a great change. Like what he said, from now on, Zhang Tai would not have any doubt anymore. "Okay, elder brother, I will help you. You can study the essence blood of the second ancestral dragon." Actually, Long Chen had long been impatient. However, Mo Xiaolang's problem was more important than the essence blood of the second ancestral dragon. Therefore Long Chen could communicate with him so much. After Mo Xiaolang left the Tower of Time, Long Chen found a corner and started to inherit the essence blood of the second ancestral dragon. Long Chen stared at the turbid drop of ancestral dragon legacy blood in his hand. It was slightly different from the other ancestral dragon legacy blood. Long Chen was a little lost in thought. In truth, every drop of ancestral dragon legacy blood was relatively low-key. It was difficult to tell at a glance that it contained something so important. The drop in his hand was the same. However, at Long Chen's current realm, the simpler something was, the more complicated it would be. That was how complicated the essence blood of the second ancestral dragon was. But I'm about to find out your secret. The method was inheritance. Although he knew the rules of the second ancestral dragon, he didn't even know the name of the second ancestral dragon. Chaos. Hongmeng. Fortune. Additionally, where would he inherit the essence blood of the second ancestral dragon? Physical slaughter, primordial void, living beings in a mortal country, good and evil at heart, heaven's will in eyes, nightmare charm, chaos in palm. 7 ancestral dragons. 7 positions. Long Chen closed his eyes, which were filled with darkness. He abandoned all the distracting thoughts and focused on the essence blood of the second ancestral dragon. Second ancestral dragon, here I come. Perhaps a drop of essence blood of the second ancestral dragon was not enough for Long Chen to understand the real second ancestral dragon, nor could he know those key secrets. However, at least it could help him make further progress. Inheritance. That drop of inheritance essence blood began to spread throughout Long Chen's body, entering Long Chen's body. Within the rule heart, the Jade Dragon Taoist seal was faintly moving. It was probably controlling the direction of the inheritance essence blood, and preventing it from colliding with other inheritance essence blood. In truth, from start to finish, Long Chen's inheritance had been a result of the Dragon Jade. He was Long Chen's deepest secret. Even now, he had not revealed it in the slightest. No one knew. Even the arrangement of the second ancestral dragon's essence blood was within his control. Yes. Long Chen discovered that the inherited blood essence had practically walked a full circle in his body from head to toe, patrolling every part of his body. In the end, it even entered the rule core. However, they didn't seem to stop. Not in the fleshly body, not in the nascent soul. Just where does the essence blood inheritance go? His primordial spirit was already a void universe dragon, and his physical body had merged with several types of inherited essence blood. He had even inherited the Een demon, so where would he be? In the end, the mystery was revealed. The inheritance essence blood had actually opened up a path to the God Nation, allowing him to truly enter it. God Nation. The God Nation had already been occupied by the Tai Chi life-form dragon, So Long Chen hadn't expected this outcome. There were trillions of lives in the God Nation, and a large number of gods were still here. In the God Nation, life, death, sickness, and death. After merging with the origin dragon soul, the descendants of the divine dragon were still divine dragons. To Long Chen, since the inheritance essence blood was here in the God Nation, it would clash with the Tai Chi life form dragon. Just as he had this thought, the drop of inheritance essence blood was like a drop of rain falling from the sky above the God Nation. To everyone in the God Nation, it was insignificant. But the instant the drop of rain landed on the God Nation, Long Chen felt like he was about to suffocate. After Long Chen inherited the Tai Chi life form dragon's inheritance essence blood, this continent had its initial form. Then, under the suppression of the origin dragon palace, trillions of lives could be settled here. However, Long Chen and everyone else knew that this wasn't a real world. In fact, without the origin dragon palace, this place would shrink back to its original size. It wasn't suitable for living at all. So Long Chen felt that he was a person without a home. On the God Nation continent, everyone who used to live in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent knew that the Dragon Sacrificial Continent had been destroyed. This was just Long Chen's God Nation, not their true home. These days, life was very peaceful, and many people forgot about it. But more people remembered that once Long Chen died in battle, the entire world would perish, and the trillions of common people would also disappear. They would all go to the Yellow Springs. So, no one could forget the fear and hesitation in their hearts. Until this day arrived. Another day. Another day. Even Long Chen himself was dumbfounded. The simple world created by the Tai Chi spirit dragon, under the influence of this drop of inherited blood essence, underwent an unprecedented, great change. Long Chen had an impulse. Under this impulse, he rushed out of the Tower of Time and arrived at the Death Realm. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he rushed out of the Death Realm and arrived at the original location of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Long Chen was floating on the edge of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. He seemed to be enveloped in a drop of turbid liquid, and his body couldn't be seen clearly. All of his attention was focused on the Divine Kingdom, on the earth-shattering changes that were taking place there. It was a change that made Long Chen weep with gratitude. To put it simply, the former God Nation continent was like a fake world. It wasn't a real world like the myriad worlds. Each real world in the myriad worlds was inherited by the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds. In essence, there was a huge difference. The most obvious difference was that the God Nation continent only existed in the God Nation and was built on Long Chen's life. As for the real world, it existed in the myriad worlds and was real. And the second ancestor dragon's inheritance blood essence changed this essence. Boom, boom, boom. He felt that the God Nation seemed to be experiencing the explosion of the myriad worlds when they were first born. Stars were annihilated and reborn, primal chaos elements swept across, primordial space contracted, and the power of good fortune dominated everything. The God Nation continent was the embryonic form. Everyone on it was simply living in a dream. Home! Long Chen almost cried. What did he see? In the midst of chaos, the God Nation continent was undergoing an incredible transformation. From a simple world, it was transitioning towards a real world. At this moment, Long Chen found that he had a kind of ability. No matter how it changed, this world was still his and was under his control. Come out. With a thought, the evolving continent in the God Nation disappeared in an instant. In the Divine Kingdom, there was nothing but emptiness. However, the transformation didn't stop. Under Long Chen's incomparably shocked eyes, the disappeared continent appeared in front of him, right next to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. From the Divine Star of Destiny, from the origin of the Divine Dragon, at this moment, a brand new real world was forming in front of Long Chen. Of course, it was also witnessed by billions of people on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. A real world that truly belonged to them. The destroyed Dragon Sacrificial Continent reappeared. At first, the continent was only about half the size of the former Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The initial change was the change in appearance. Long Chen clearly saw the eternal God realm appear out of thin air. The mountains, the oceans, every inch of land, every stone reappeared in its original form. Under the eternal God realm, the three imperial domains, the divine Dragon Nation. All the terrains were completely reproduced. However, although it had reappeared, it was certain that the new continent now was not the same world as the former Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The former Dragon Sacrificial Continent had been destroyed, and this new continent was built with Long Chen's God Nation as its foundation. While it was a complete world, it was also Long Chen's God Nation. When this world was moved out of the God Nation, Long Chen knew that he could put it back at any time. When the former dragon sacrificial continent reappeared, it didn't stop. Instead, it began to expand and grow bigger. Perhaps the parts of the dragon sacrificial continent that had disappeared and perished over the years, and many parts that Long Chen had never seen before, were now expanding and reappearing. The familiar mountains and rivers, the familiar sun and moon, reappeared. The former God Nation was a world without levels. All the spiritual energy had to be absorbed by Long Chen from the outside. But now it was different. He could clearly feel that this brand new continent, under the stimulation of the essence blood inherited from the second ancestral dragon, was rising in level and becoming a real world. From unranked, it rushed to the fantasy level. Then, the death level, the primitive level, and the creation level. It still didn't stop. Under the sweeping of the brand new spiritual energy, everything was changing. Most importantly, new rules were born in this world. The heavenly rules controlled by the sky-swallowing clan couldn't affect this newly born world. Everything was under Long Chen's control. For example, there would no longer be a time limit of 1,000 years, and there would no longer be a calamity that could destroy everything. After reaching the creation level, the size of the new world had exceeded Long Chen's imagination. Before it was destroyed, the dragon sacrificial continent wasn't even a tenth of its current size. However, the creation level was just the beginning. Then, the order level new world was born. Then, the mixed element level, the 6th grade world. It was comparable to the god sacrificial great world. But it still didn't stop. It rushed to the eternal level, which was comparable to the 3rd heaven world. However, the essence blood inheritance was still urging, restoring the dragon sacrificial continent that had perished in billions of years. Under Long Chen's gaze, such a vast world rushed to the original incipient level. The 8th grade world was already twice the size of Pangu continent. Looking from the sky, it was a huge dragon-shaped continent with a vast territory. Even from the chaotic divine realm, one could clearly see the birth of a great world here. Only here did the world stop expanding. What appeared in front of Long Chen was a real original incipient level world, the new dragon sacrificial continent of original incipient level. Moreover, Long Chen deeply understood that as his realm improved, the whole world would also improve. Because this continent was a part of his body. It inherited the second ancestral dragon's essence blood inheritance. Chapter 32:18. When the original incipient grade world appeared in front of Long Chen, which had the aura of original incipient grade and all kinds of treasures, Long Chen was deeply shocked and excited. He was like a wanderer who had left home for many years and finally saw his hometown. The excitement and emotion in his heart couldn't be described with words. He had never thought that the second ancestral dragon's inherited blood could reappear the dragon sacrificial continent. Of course, it was the new dragon sacrificial continent. If he had known this earlier, he would have been impatient and directly snatched it from the God Lord of Chaos a long time ago. To him, this was too important. The original incipient grade dragon sacrificial continent was a part of Long Chen's body, such as the Een demons and so on. They were all under the control of Long Chen's will. They could return to the divine nation or appear in the infinite worlds. It was a real, complete, and balanced world. Obviously, just like Li Xuanji, they could improve together with Long Chen. One day, when Long Chen rushed to a higher realm, this world might be able to reach the origin level. It might even be able to reach higher and further. This was related to the fact that he had inherited the inherited blood of all the other ancestral dragons. The world that the 10 ancestral dragons had jointly created and protected could be completed by Long Chen alone. Of course, the current world was still far from being comparable to the dragon sacrificial continent. The vast world could accommodate hundreds of trillions of lives. Now there was only 1 trillion, which was too little. Each of them had the resources that hundreds of people on Pangu continent had. But in the future, this place would definitely prosper and grow stronger. After all, the world was the foundation of the experts, and Long Chen was already one with this new world. The new world was actually composed of many parts. Among them, the second ancestral dragon played the most important role. He was the skeleton of the whole world, composed of chaos elements, primordial space, and the power of creation. Of course, if that was all there was to it, the entire world would only have a skeleton and spiritual energy. It would not be suitable for the common people to live in. Therefore, the essence blood of the Tai Chi spirit dragon in the divine kingdom possessed wind, fire, water, earth, light, rain, and dew. The void cosmic dragon formed the time here. The divine Tao heart refining dragon controlled the changes of karma in this world. The chaotic heaven fate dragon carried the future and destiny of all living beings. The chaos calamity dragon formed a new growth system, new tribulations and tests. The immemorial blood spirit dragon controlled death and silence. The shadow dream dragon controlled change and illusion. All of the ancestral dragon's power was affecting this brand new world, especially the second ancestral dragon and the Taiji life form dragon. There was no conflict at all. The second ancestral dragon was the foundation, and the creation of the Taiji life form dragon was a kind of improvement and decoration. When this world was formed, another change was that a chaotic and turbid Tao seal appeared on the forehead of the void cosmic dragon's primordial spirit. What was surprising was that this Tao seal squeezed out the time Tao seal and stayed at the position closest to the dragon jade Tao seal. The newly born Tao seal was vaguely divided into three parts, which were solid, liquid, and gaseous. They roughly corresponded to the three rules of chaos, primordial space, and creation. This is the primordial Tao seal. The term primordial Tao seal included these three. When that Tao seal was formed, only then did Longchen learn some simple information that was transmitted from the Tao seal. I finally understand why the dragon sacrificial continent is called the dragon sacrificial continent. Longchen had a feeling of sudden realization. No wonder the dragon sacrificial continent looked like a divine dragon. No wonder the dragon sacrificial continent's patterns appeared on the master god of chaos body. The name dragon sacrificial continent was named after the second ancestral dragon. The second ancestral dragon controlled the three primordial rules of chaos, primordial space, and creation. Before the epoch, the second ancestral dragon's true body was the dragon sacrificial continent itself. That was its largest body. The entire second ancestral dragon was the true skeleton of the dragon sacrificial continent. Therefore, when the second ancestral dragon died in battle, the dragon sacrificial continent began to wither away because it was already empty. After losing the second ancestral dragon, the dragon sacrificial continent was already vulnerable, which was why it withered away over the years. From this, it could be seen that the ancestral gods of other worlds were the foundation of the world. The origin of the world all came from the ancestral gods. No wonder the second ancestral dragon has such a transcendent status. It turns out that it bears such an important role in the entire world system. Longchen couldn't help but sigh. The name of the second ancestral dragon isn't as complicated as I imagined, but just as I imagined, the opening of this world in the ancient world is in line with its foundation. That is, the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony. He remembered that his first syndicate dragon was the dragon sacrificial ceremony. The primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony resulted in the name of the dragon sacrificial continent. The relationship between the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony and the dragon sacrificial ceremony was actually the same as the Tai Chi spiritual dragon and Yang Lingqing spiritual dragon. The syndicate dragon itself was a part of the ancestral dragon. Therefore, when the inherited blood essence of the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony was inherited on the new dragon sacrificial ceremony, it was called the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony. Physical slaughter, primordial spirit void. All the way until the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony. For Longchen, apart from the primal chaos heaven devouring dragon, there was only the origin left. Although the real dragon sacrificial continent has long perished, you are a brand new world that belongs to our divine dragon clan and is our future home. Then, you are the dragon sacrificial continent in our hearts, the resurrection of the deceased dragon sacrificial continent. Longchen's voice reverberated throughout the entire dragon sacrificial continent. For a moment, all the divine dragon clan on the dragon sacrificial continent, who were shocked by this earth-shaking change, went crazy. They were cheering and roaring. The homeland that belonged to them had now been restored one by one. It was unscathed. And it had become the original incipient grade. No matter who it was, at this moment, their eyes were filled with tears. They were all crazy and crying bitterly. The difference between having a home and not would always be huge. A miracle. In the death rain, many people saw this scene and sighed with emotion. They were witnessing the birth of a new original incipient grade world with their own eyes. When Longchen first saw Pangu continent, his wish was to let his dragons have a solid world that belonged to them. Now his dream had come true. He no longer needed to borrow the power of the chaotic divine realm. Cheering and shouting, it seemed that this was the only way to vent the excitement in their hearts at this moment. Today is the day that our divine dragon clan returns to the myriad worlds. Long Chen's blood was boiling. No matter how many battles there were in the future, as long as the dragon sacrificial continent and the dragons were still there, he would still have the blood to fight. Whoosh! The Lord God of Chaos suddenly appeared beside him. Seeing such a world, he who was familiar with the power of chaos, primal chaos, and creation, of course knew what constituted the foundation of this world. The Lord God of Chaos saw the most unbelievable scene. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to say to Long Chen. Indeed, you didn't disappoint its power. If I knew this, I would have given it to you earlier. The Lord God of Chaos said in shock. Lord God, this is one of the two most important gifts I've received in my life. One is from my father, and the other is from you. Long Chen said sincerely. The Lord God of Chaos couldn't help but laugh. Really? I really didn't know it was so important to you. That's right. Because you gave our clan a home again. That was what Long Chen wanted to protect the most. Once, the dragon sacrificial continent was too fragile and could be destroyed at any time. Everyone lived in a nightmare. Long Chen escaped from the dragon sacrificial continent, and Di Jun destroyed his world. Until today, after so many years of wandering children, they finally had a home again. Lord God, I'll take my leave first. When Long Chen awakened the Dao Seal, he had some new understandings. Soon he was about to learn these 3 new rules. He had to return to the Tower of Time to study them carefully. Go! With the voice of the Lord God of Chaos, the huge original incipient grade dragon sacrificial continent disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had never appeared. There was nothing in front of him. In fact, this world had returned to the God Nation. This was the difference between the new dragon sacrificial continent and the previous world. Now, the dragon sacrificial continent was a part of Long Chen's body. Long Chen could put it anywhere. At least for now, his God Nation was the safest place in the chaotic primeval troll war. After retrieving it, Long Chen returned to the Tower of Time. He needed time to study the 3 new rules. Chaos, primal chaos, creation. Each of the 3 rules wasn't weaker than the other ancestor dragon's rules. A primeval sacrificial dragon was equivalent to 3 other ancestor dragons. Moreover, the key was that these 3 rules were related to each other. Common. Just like how they could form a world together. Just like the 3 states of one thing. 9 types of primal chaos elements. 9 types of destructive power. The primal chaos space was marvelous. Creation was the birth and destruction of the world, the starry sky, and all things. The 3 rules started to take root in Long Chen's body at the same time. Every time he inherited a blood inheritance, Long Chen would start to understand all the rules through one rule. For example, chaos. Long Chen saw the 9 explosive elements in the primal chaos world. They were everywhere and full of destruction. However, they were the foundation of the world, just like the soil in a house. The primal chaos space was an omnipotent space. It was the real skeleton. The primal chaos elements were contained in it. As for creation, it was a process. It made the dead world composed of chaos and primal chaos move and flow. The 3 rules blended with each other, but each was powerful. The 3 powers formed in Long Chen's heart. Chapter 32:19. These 3 rules, as the most basic entry-level rules, brought Long Chen into the sea of chaos, primordial chaos, and creation. The primordial dragon sacrificial ritual rule was naturally nature-defying. Even if it was just the entry level, it was extraordinary. Long Chen had seen the Master God Chaos and Lingxi perform these 3 rules. Now, he understood them thoroughly, especially the primordial dragon sacrificial ritual that had the new dragon sacrificial continent. The power of the entire primeval incipient realm world was connected to Long Chen's power. A brand new rule was born on the new dragon sacrificial continent. Chaos, primordial chaos, and creation. Long Chen instantly entered the eternal whirlpool. Through the evolution of these 3 rules, he further deepened his understanding of them. Although he was in human form, his body was covered with the dragon scales of the primordial dragon sacrificial ritual. It looked a little grayish-yellow, like turbid water. However, with a closer look, one could see that many dragon scales had gathered to form a picture scroll. It was the dragon sacrificial continent. On it, there were mountains and rivers that Long Chen was familiar with, the familiar sun and moon, the familiar magnificent waves, and the marks that belonged to Long Chen were everywhere. The sun, moon, mountains, rivers, forests, fields, flowers, trees, and so on. It was a picture of his homeland. Such a dragon scale was actually an inconceivable power to Long Chen. Primal chaos, grand mist, and good fortune. 3 types of laws formed 3 different types of power that swept through his body. It was clear that Long Chen was no longer the same as before. Chaos. What appeared in Long Chen's mind were 9 destructive chaos elements. Wind, fire, water, earth, and so on. These weren't wind, fire, water, earth, but primordial chaos elemental energies. They were the foundation of destruction. 9 different energies gathered on Long Chen's arm. Suddenly, the 9 primordial chaos elemental energies transformed into 9 divine dragons, forming storms, flames, lightning, and other types of primordial chaos energy. Each divine dragon was a combination of primordial chaos that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Roar! Roar! The 9 divine dragons coiled around Long Chen's arm. As Long Chen punched out, the 9 chaotic divine dragons intertwined with each other and erupted in an instant, giving birth to a direct and overbearing destructive power. It was somewhat different from the other rules of lethality. It was a straightforward pure frontal attack. Primal Chaos Dragon Fist. After punching out, Long Chen immediately withdrew his fist. He was very clear about the might of this chaotic dragon fist. Although its nature was different from the endless life and death tribulations and the death spirit blood talisman, its destructive power would only surpass them. His right hand was the Chaos Dragon Fist, but the truth was that his left hand was displaying the Grand Mist laws. This was the first time that Long Chen had felt the existence of space. Just like Ling Si, he could clearly feel that the Grand Mist space was a world that he could control. The usage of the space laws had become extremely natural. Grand Mist Dragon Realm. It was indeed interesting to display the Grand Mist Dragon Realm's rules in the Eternal Whirlpool. At this moment, time and space were under Long Chen's control. The Grand Mist Dragon Realm was like a formless domain that overlapped with the Eternal Whirlpool. Countless illusory dragon shadows soared in the Grand Mist Dragon Realm, forming a spatial diagram that controlled the space. The Grand Mist Dragon Realm had the ability to lock down and destroy space. Coupled with the Eternal Whirlpool, time and space were under Long Chen's control. It could be said that this was a disaster for the enemy. Moreover, the Grand Mist Dragon Realm was not as simple as it seemed. Space destruction. Sky-devouring dragons. This rule was simply the ancestor of the Void-devouring tiger and Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon. After keeping the Chaos Dragon Fist and Grand Mist Dragon Realm, the last rule in his mind was formed. Creation. Compared to primordial chaos and primordial chaos, creation was a law that was even more difficult to comprehend. It was like the clouds floating in the sky, constantly changing. It was like this law allowed Long Chen to see a kind of reincarnation, a kind of repetition. This was a kind of destructive power, similar to the endless life and death calamity. However, the endless life and death calamity was not repetitive. Even though he could display it, Long Chen still felt a little vague about it. Creation reincarnation. All in all, it was a rule that repeatedly killed. This rule contained the power of rebirth and destruction, just like the birth and destruction of stars and the evolution of worlds. Long Chen returned to the Tower of Time and digested the power of these 3 rules again. Originally, I had the Eternal Whirlpool, the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman, the Resurrection Melody, the Endless Life and Death Calamity, and the Past and Future Reincarnation Technique. Now, with the addition of these 3, at least in terms of the rules, besides the Primordial Demon Lord, the other 2 ancestral devils should not be my match. However, the power that the Primordial Demon Lord used should be the power of a half-ancestor, which is beyond my understanding. I just don't know if I can withstand this power in my current state. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed in the Tower of Time. Of course, it had not even been a day since the myriad worlds arrived. Long Chen saw that the dragon sacrificial dragon continent in the God Nation was full of vitality. The dragons on it were growing rapidly under the nourishment of this brand new and suitable spiritual qi. They were scattered. For them, it might be difficult to travel through such a large original incipient grade world, but as their footprints spread everywhere, their descendants would also spread everywhere. One day, I will let the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, let us dragons, return to the myriad worlds. Just like before the epic, we will establish a stable order in the myriad worlds for generations to come. A month later, Long Chen had mastered the 3 rules thoroughly. On this day, Li Xuanji sent a message. Long Chen returned to the death world from the Tower of Time. Just as he came out, Li Xuanji said, Heavenly God Luya has been searching for the demon venerables in the myriad worlds these past few days. He just happened to find a few, but it seems like they are all returning to the demonic dragon ancient tomb. The layout of the battle has just been formed, why would they go back? Aren't they the 3 great ancestor devils? It wasn't easy for them to disperse and descend again, but they can only come to the myriad worlds through the passage of the demonic dragon ancient tomb. Li Xuanji shook her head and said, I don't know, but Heavenly God Luya just happened to see a perfection realm demon venerable wandering near the northern demonic god Buzhou mountain. He hasn't left yet. You can go take a look. Alright, it would be best if I can enter the demonic dragon ancient tomb again. Big brother, I'll go with you. Mo Xiaolang was also nearby. Let's go. If the 2 of them entered the demonic dragon ancient tomb, they would be more confident. Now that Mo Xiaolang was not weak, he needed to verify his own strength. There were still many gods and demons staying at the demonic god Buzhou mountain, so Long Chen had also left behind the Death World Dragon Gate there. Furthermore, it was right beside the Emperor-level demon battlefield. Right now, the Emperor-level demon battlefield was in a state of alert, so Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang did not disturb them. They directly headed outside, in the direction of the primeval troll. Don't scare him. Long Chen turned into dust and stuck to Mo Xiaolang's shoulder. With his laws of transformation, even a perfection realm demon venerable might not be able to discover him. It was just nice for Mo Xiaolang to deal with him, and Long Chen would attack at the crucial moment. The other party existed in human form. He was spying on the demonic god Buzhou mountain. Over there, Mo Xiaolang said in a deep voice. He rushed out of the demonic god Buzhou mountain and headed towards a direction in the starry sky. Although the starry sky was vast, this primeval troll could not hide his movements in front of experts of the same level. Not long after, that guy also discovered Mo Xiaolang's existence. Fortunately, he did not prepare to escape the moment he saw Mo Xiaolang. Instead, his eyes burned as he waited for Mo Xiaolang's arrival. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaolang and this tall and thin primeval troll confronted each other. Although the other party was in human form, his skin was brown, like a withered old tree. There was no expression on his face, it was dry. I haven't even gotten close yet, but you actually discovered me. You seem to be very powerful. Who are you? Primeval troll asked in that dry voice. And what are you? Mo Xiaolang locked onto the other party's position. I am the Gue Wood Sky Fiend. The other party roared. His eyes were already filled with dense killing intent. After escaping from the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb, they received the order to not move first. In fact, many ancient giant demons found it hard to bear. What they desired was to kill and devour. Their gazes clashed as the battle was about to begin. Roar! The Gue Wood Sky Fiend immediately transformed, revealing his true body. It was a behemoth that blotted out the sky. It was as large as the 3 ancestral fiends. It was covered in brown dragon scales that were extremely thick. It was obvious at a glance that it was the toughest armor, comparable to a creation divine artifact. The Gue Wood Sky Fiend in front of him was like a giant tree in the starry sky. There were many tree roots that extended from his body, but they were all lethal weapons. It was indeed rare for a primeval troll to look like this. Die! The rage that had been suppressed for an epoch erupted from the Gue Wood Sky Fiend. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang was very calm as he suddenly rushed out and transformed into the sun-devouring demonic wolf. 5 types of ancestral fires formed in the air and instantly pounced on the Gue Wood Sky Fiend. For a moment, the 5 ancestral fires spread and burned wildly. Mo Xiaolang had definitely restrained him. The most terrifying thing about the Gue Wood Sky Fiend was the flames, especially the ancestral fires. Especially when Mo Xiaolang was already an ultimate god, he instantly defeated the Gue Wood Sky Fiend. Ah! The Gue Wood Sky Fiend let out an earth-shattering scream in the starry sky. The ancestral fires swept out and formed a sea of fire that he could not block at all. Sure enough, at that moment, as Long Chen had expected, the Gue Wood Sky Fiend was afraid. In his fear, He did not say a word and directly opened the demonic dragon tomb. To let such a huge body pass through, the door of the demonic dragon tomb had to be opened very large. I will not let you go. Ants of the myriad worlds. Your end will be very miserable. Before leaving, the Xueqi sky fiend did not forget to curse angrily. He struggled out of the ancestral fires and was about to succeed. At that moment, Long Chen finally made his move after preparing for a long time. Primordial Mist Dragon World. The Xueqi sky fiend did not enter the demonic dragon tomb. Instead, he was instantly trapped in another world. In this world, billions of dragon shadows soared and surrounded the Xueqi sky fiend in the middle. Die! It was the primordial mist dragon world. It was like a small ball in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen casually squeezed it and it vanished into thin air. The Xueqi sky fiend's scream only lasted for a moment. Chapter 32:20. Long Chen was only casually executing it. He didn't expect that the laws of the primordial world would display such divine might in his hands. Within the primordial dragon realm, the wood heavenly devil had no way to resist the calamity of the 10,000 dragons devouring the void. Under Long Chen's suppression, it was destroyed along with the space of the primordial dragon realm. A devil sovereign at the Grand Devil realm. Nothing was left behind. Done. In the blink of an eye, the wood heavenly devil was destroyed. If Long Chen wanted to transform into a primeval troll and enter the devil dragon ancient tomb, he would let Mo Xiaolang return first. It would be more convenient for him to act alone. How boring. It might be more interesting if there are a few more. Mo Xiaolang was even more confident in himself after dealing with the other party so quickly. Don't worry, once we enter, we will definitely fight. At that time, there will be plenty of opportunities to act. With a shake of his body, he directly transformed into the appearance of the wood heavenly devil. So lifelike, I can't tell the difference at all. Mo Xiaolang praised and entered the death world. Long Chen, on the other hand, took advantage of the fact that the entrance to the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb had closed by itself to sneak in and once again arrived at the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. It was still an eerie world under the heavy rain, but this time around, it was slightly different. Because the gigantic egg and tombstones had all disappeared. The boundless land was in a complete mess. Evidently, there were many gigantic beasts that crawled out from here. There were countless of them, and all of them had gone to the myriad worlds. Big Brother, the primeval troll seems to exist in the primeval troll state in the Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb. I know. However, he felt a little depressed. The wood heavenly devil's body was simply too huge. It would attract attention no matter where it was placed. But thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem too appropriate to transform into other primeval troll. All of the primeval troll have gone to the infinite worlds. Only a portion of the demon sovereigns and above have returned. Those demon sovereigns should still be alive. Only the wood heavenly demon was slain by me, and can only become a wood heavenly demon. Thinking of this, Long Chen had no choice but to transform into the gigantic body of the Xueqi wood heavenly demon. Flying in this vast Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb was considered fast and fierce. However, there was a problem. It will be hard for me to find anything useful by walking around aimlessly like this. It will also be hard for me to find out why those demon supremacies returned. I will have to find the other primordial great demons and talk to them. As for using the Eye of Desire, Ancestor, she would probably find out about it soon. This was the reason why Long Chen didn't teleport in his dust form. Firstly, he was an inanimate object, and teleporting too quickly would definitely attract attention. Secondly, it would be a waste of time aimlessly. Long Chen revealed his huge body. His huge brown wings flew under the torrential rain. The blood-colored raindrops splashed onto his body, creating a mist of water that filled the sky. Because of his huge reminder, not long after, he actually met a primeval troll in this huge Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. Furthermore, it was a demon sovereign who was about the same level as the wood heavenly demon. He was facing Long Chen, but his body wasn't as huge as the wood heavenly demon. It was a primeval troll that was tilted towards gold. It had the same tyrannical emperor's chi as the emperor devil, but it was more orthodox, noble, and powerful. It was clearly a unique existence. The might of his body surpassed that of the wood heavenly demon by a bit. It was like the difference between a bison and a lion. Although the bison was huge, It didn't have the claws and teeth of a lion. Would heavenly demon, why are you walking in the opposite direction? The 3 ancestor devils are waiting for us at the other side of the passage. After a long while, the primeval troll said to Long Chen in a dignified voice. Long Chen thought for a moment and said vaguely, I just happened to meet you, so I came over to accompany you. After saying that, he turned around. At the same time, he was thinking about what the primeval troll had said. The 3 ancestor devils were waiting at the other side of the passage. All right, let's go together. This primordial giant fiend was known as the Sovereign Fiend Sovereign. The Sovereign Devil Emperor swept over, stirring up a huge amount of dust below. The soil was like a huge wave that swept away. Boom! Boom! Both of them flapped their wings and flew in the direction that Long Chen had come from. As he didn't know their purpose, Long Chen had indeed walked in the opposite direction at the beginning. Now, he understood that the demon sovereigns had returned here because the 3 ancestor devils had a new plan. Therefore, Long Chen took the opportunity to get some information out of the Sovereign Devil Emperor. It seems like the 3 ancestor devils didn't gain any advantage in the Chaos Divine world. The Sovereign Demon Emperor naturally did not expect Long Chen to be a fake. He was a little angry and said, I heard that there's one more ultimate god in the chaotic divine world. Later on, there was another ultimate god by Long Chen's side. It's also said that there's also a half-ancestor level expert keeping watch. Therefore, the primordial demon master chose to retreat temporarily. Long Chen added, the myriad worlds are truly depressing. Unknowingly, so many experts suddenly appeared. This is beyond our expectations. The Sovereign Devil Emperor nodded, that's right. If it wasn't for that, we would have already conquered the myriad worlds. However, they won't be happy for long. Initially, the Supreme Ancient Demon Lord chose to attack the myriad worlds first because he was too interested in Long Chen. Now that he has seen it, he wants to leave the myriad worlds as the last. That's why he chose the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms as the first target. The Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. Clearly, this was one of the 6 original grade worlds that were isolated. I didn't expect that they would really choose to retreat first and attack the other 6 worlds first. Based on the pride of the Supreme Ancient Demon Lord, attacking the other worlds first was an action of admitting defeat. But since he did so, it meant that compared to pride, he wanted victory more. Such a person would definitely be harder to deal with. I feel that if the Supreme Ancient Demon Lord really acted, those in the myriad worlds would definitely not be his opponent. However, it's better to eliminate them one by one. Right now, including the Chaos Divine world, the myriad worlds are indeed the strongest. Long Chen said. The Sovereign Devil Emperor revealed a cold smile, that's right. Also, the 3 ancestor devils are serious this time. If not, they wouldn't have summoned us here. There's only one ultimate god in the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. His name is Sky Origin Immortal Paragon. If the 3 ancestor devils acted together, they would be able to kill him easily. Without the ultimate god, we can go all out and descend upon the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. We will definitely be able to slaughter the people there and devour them cleanly. The 3 ancestor devils will definitely recover their strength, and we will be able to feast on trillions of delicacies. It was impossible for a single ultimate god to stop 3 ancestor devils. The primeval troll was supposed to first attack the original grade worlds one by one. They would grow stronger and stronger, and as more worlds were destroyed, they would become more terrifying. At the end, when they returned to the myriad worlds, even if Kitten was included, they wouldn't be a match for them. We must stop them. If they didn't stop them, everyone would be finished. Long Chen calmed down. He silently thought, the most crucial thing now is to follow the main group to the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms and establish a spatial passageway. Only then will we be able to support each other. Not only the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms, the other 5 worlds had to be connected as soon as possible. If not, even if they could save the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms, they wouldn't be able to save the other worlds. Calm down. At this moment, the Sovereign Devil Emperor spoke. Why? You don't seem to be excited? Long Chen was afraid that the Sovereign Devil Emperor would suspect him, but he still had to remain calm. He replied, that's not the case. That's true. You blockhead, how can you have emotions? Hee. The 2 of them traversed tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, traversing countless mountains as they headed towards the spatial passageway leading to the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. On the way,
Long Chen encountered even more devil venerable level primeval troll. It's just that all the primeval troll were extremely cruel and cold-blooded. They rarely conversed with each other. Maybe the flesh and blood ahead of them had already made them impatient. Finally, Long Chen sensed the presence of more primeval troll, as well as the presence of the 3 ancestor devils. In the end, they all transformed into their human forms and entered a valley. Long Chen's group could be considered the slowest to arrive. There were over 100 primeval troll in this valley, close to 200 of them. Each of them was at the devil venerable level or above. Naturally, there would be many more who would arrive later on. Maybe, there would be even more who stayed behind to manage the situation. The 3 ancestor devils were currently waiting for their arrival. They didn't head there themselves, they are waiting for everyone to arrive. Their purpose is very clear. This is different from attacking the Chaos Divine World. When they attacked the Chaos Divine World, they only wanted to kill the Chaos Godlord and wait for the other primeval troll to slowly deal with them. But this time around, they want to end the battle as quickly as possible, using the shortest amount of time possible to destroy the supreme ancient immortal realms before attacking the next world. Their goal was to become a dragon, breaking through 6 worlds before turning back and attacking the Chaos Divine World. How terrifying! However, Long Chen didn't say anything now. He hid among the crowd. Naturally, the other primeval troll didn't say anything as well. It was just that Long Chen could sense the irritation from them. All of them were howling in a low voice, like they couldn't endure it any longer and were about to break through the spatial passageway, rushing out to attack the supreme ancient immortal realms. Very good, everyone is here. The voice of the supreme ancient devil lord rang out. The 3 of them stood at a slightly higher position, staring down at all the primeval troll. Before them, all the primeval troll bowed and lowered their heads. Only the 3 of them could make these arrogant and violent primeval troll lower their heads. Listen up. We will use the fastest speed to kill the Sky Yuan Immortal Paragon. After that, it will be time for all of you to celebrate. This time around, we cannot show any mercy. We have to show the other worlds and the myriad of worlds how pitiful the supreme ancient immortal realms is. Yes. All the primeval troll let out a heart-wrenching roar. Remember, this time around, I want the entire supreme ancient immortal realms to be annihilated. Not a single living being is allowed to remain. Do you understand? Yes. They wanted nothing more than to roar so loudly that their chests would explode. Chapter 32:21. Before he came here, Long Chen had already communicated with the primal chaos godlord. No matter what, we can't let them destroy the supreme ancient immortal realms. After you successfully arrive there, let me and Xunwu enter before the war starts. We will wait for you in the death world. The primal chaos godlord and chaotic divine might had already entered the death world. When they were needed, they would appear at any time to deal a heavy blow. The plan of the 3 ancestor devils would completely fail. No problem. After the discussion, Long Chen tried his best to keep a low profile. Whatever the other primeval troll did, he would do as he pleased. After the supreme ancient devil lord finished his instructions, even he himself seemed a little impatient. He directly announced the start of the war. After that, he opened the gate to the supreme ancient immortal realms. The so-called gate was similar to the life and death world. When it was opened, a hole would appear. After passing through that hole, one would be able to reach the supreme ancient immortal realms. As long as he passed through, Long Chen's disguise would be considered a success. As expected, that hole opened up and a boundless starry space appeared. The primeval troll couldn't wait any longer. The 3 ancestor devils didn't say anything and all of them directly rushed in, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Long Chen followed the group and entered the passageway together with the devil sovereign. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen discovered that he had arrived in another world. Behind him, the 3 ancestor devils had arrived and the passageway was already closed. Success! As long as he arrived here, Long Chen would be able to establish a passageway to the myriad worlds. From now on, the supreme ancient immortal realms would be like the ancestral planet, a place he could come and go as he pleased. Even without the Death World Dragon Gate, Lingxi's Cosmos Gate would be able to remember this place. Sadly, we still don't know the location of the other 5 worlds. If we knew all of them, this calamity would be much easier. Naturally,
The most important thing now is to save the supreme ancient immortal realms. How could a heavenly essence immortal paragon be a match for the three ancestor devils? When the primeval troll arrived in this space, all of them entered a state of madness. They roared in rage, erupting forth with terrifying might and killing intent, engulfing the entire world. In the depths of the starry sky, they all transformed into their true forms. Primeval troll that were as huge as worlds appeared here. Even the devil emperor supremacy next to Long Chen had transformed into primeval troll. Long Chen could only do the same. Gue Wood Sky Fiend was considered the largest after the three ancestral fiends. When all the primeval troll gathered together, one could only imagine how terrifying it would be. Clearly, it was like a blood-stained cloth, covering the entire world. Long Chen also saw the reason why all the primeval troll were so agitated. That was a magnificent and vast world. When he saw the supreme ancient immortal realms, it was no different from when he saw the primal chaos divine world back then. The primal chaos divine world was tyrannical and vast. As for this supreme ancient immortal realms, it was beautiful and majestic. White clouds lingered around. It was simply beautiful to the extreme. In an original level world. Upon closer inspection, the supreme ancient immortal realms were somewhat similar to the third heavenly layer. It looked like a gigantic lump of cotton-like mist. Naturally, compared to the third heavenly layer, it was several hundred times larger. They basically weren't on the same level. Ancient, heavy, tranquil, and pleasant. The boundless clouds and mist were lazy and quiet, and the clouds were undulating. Long Chen's gaze pierced through the clouds. Upon closer inspection, he could see a total of 33 worlds within the clouds. There were planets, continents, clouds, petals, and trees. The 33 worlds were simply a miniature of the myriad of worlds. There was everything one could wish for. The supreme ancient immortal realms. 33 heavenly layers. Each heavenly layer was filled with magnificence and magnificence. This was a beautiful world. It was quiet and peaceful. However, to the primeval troll, they only saw hatred and anger. The more beautiful and peaceful something was, the more they wanted to destroy and occupy it. How can the lowly commoners be worthy of such a beautiful world? The Devil Emperor Supremacy panted heavily. His huge devil claws were clenched tightly. They were all waiting for the final command from the three ancestral fiends. Naturally, they were still some distance away from the supreme ancient immortal realms. Let's go! Under the lead of the three ancestral fiends, the countless primeval troll blotted out the sky as they rushed towards the supreme ancient immortal realms. For a period of time, even Long Chen's vision was blocked by the countless primeval troll wings. Most probably, at this moment, the experts of the supreme ancient immortal realms have already sensed the primeval troll's approach. However, this world has been peaceful for a very long time. They would think that the supreme ancient immortal realms is the only world left. Hence, the arrival of the primeval troll was simply too sudden. In the apocalyptic world that suddenly descended. As expected, when the primeval troll descended in such a terrifying manner, it was like a mass of dark clouds, extending towards the supreme ancient immortal realms. There were already experts in the supreme ancient immortal realms who sensed it. For a period of time, the supreme ancient immortal realms that had been silent for a long time suddenly became agitated. Which existences have descended on my supreme ancient immortal realms? In order to not cause any misunderstandings, I implore everyone to halt. If not, my supreme ancient immortal realms will treat all of you as enemies. This voice came from the most important location in the supreme ancient immortal realms. This voice naturally shook the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. For a period of time, many experts who had been in slumber all woke up and rose up. They were all extremely shocked. Long Chen could roughly sense that there were about 6 to 7 experts on the same level as the 4 sovereigns in the supreme ancient immortal realms. The difference between them and the chaos divine world wasn't too great. Naturally, the primeval troll didn't stop but grew even more ferocious. Some of them even let out ferocious bestial roars, causing the entire supreme ancient immortal realms to be in an uproar. The atmosphere was tense. Extraterrestrial devils. Evil devils from other worlds. Heavens, what are those? They are so gigantic. Where did they come from exactly? How can this be possible? For a time, to the people of the supreme ancient immortal realms, this was an unbelievable matter. Halt! For a period of time, The heavenly origin immortal paragon who spoke earlier finally led all the experts of the supreme ancient immortal realms and rushed out. There wasn't any chaos divine world in the supreme ancient immortal realms. The experts each occupied their own territories. As for the heavenly origin immortal paragon, he could roam the mortal world freely and was a legend of his generation. Only then would heavenly origin immortal paragon lead all the experts of the supreme ancient immortal realms to join forces. Under his command, everyone started to make their preparations. Experts at the divine level and above did their best to rush out, rushing towards the direction of the primeval troll. Be on your guard. There are evil devils from the other world descending. Be prepared for war. Heavenly origin immortal paragon's reaction was very fast. He could clearly sense how terrifying these primeval troll were. Although he was shocked in his heart, he still made preparations. Before the primeval troll came into contact with the supreme ancient immortal realms, heavenly origin immortal paragon had already led all the experts of the supreme ancient immortal realms to form a line of defense. What gigantic beasts are those? My heavens! They were so close to the primeval troll. This was the first time in their lives that many gods and devils saw the primeval troll. All of them were shocked and trembling. Let alone mortals, even ordinary gods and devils brought their families and friends to hide in panic. Those primeval troll were so gigantic. Once they descended and started a slaughter, there would surely be countless casualties. What are those things exactly? Where did these things come from exactly? Ordinary clans and clans couldn't help but feel suffocated by the commotion. It was like the end of the world had arrived just like that. Guests, please halt your steps. If not, don't blame us for acting. Heavenly origin immortal paragon angrily spoke. At the side of the supreme ancient immortal realms, roughly 100 experts at the divine level and above gathered here. Long Chen saw it. Heavenly origin immortal paragon was a handsome young man clad in black and white robes. His entire body was covered in treasures, gleaming with light. He had a violet gold crown on his head and a pair of cloud-drifting boots on his feet. He exuded a noble aura, exuding an extraordinary celestial aura. One could tell with a single glance that he was a cultured man. He wasn't as tyrannical as the Chaos God Lord, but he exuded a righteous aura and should be easy to communicate with. The three ancestor devils all had strange smiles on their faces. The primeval troll howled madly and rushed towards the experts of the supreme ancient immortal realms. From the looks of it, they wanted to tear all the experts here apart. Boom, boom, boom. Even before they descended, the nearby worlds were already trembling as countless screams of agony rang out. Halt for now. At this moment, the primeval devil lord gave a new order. Those primeval troll with towering auras, wanting to instantly destroy them, halted their steps in front of the experts of the supreme ancient immortal realms. Both sides faced each other. 200 primeval troll. In terms of numbers, they were twice the number of their opponents. Also, they were extremely ferocious, completely suppressing their opponents. Upon seeing them, heavenly origin immortal paragon drew in a breath of cold air. He naturally understood that if a life-and-death battle occurred today, the supreme ancient immortal realms would be in danger of being completely destroyed. When he saw the three ancestor devils descending from the primeval troll, heavenly origin immortal paragon's heart trembled. 3 experts on the same level as him, but one of them actually completely surpassed him. With such terrifying strength, as long as they fought, the supreme ancient immortal realms would surely be destroyed. How can this be? Where did these demons from? They are so brutal. Today, wouldn't it mean that they want to destroy our supreme ancient immortal realms? At this moment, all the experts of the supreme ancient immortal realms couldn't help but tremble. For no reason at all, such a calamity actually appeared in their world. Many people couldn't help but feel that this was an illusion. They hoped that this was an illusion. Heavenly origin immortal paragon, this is the first time we meet. You don't seem to be very happy. The cold gaze of the primeval devil lord clashed with heavenly origin immortal paragon, directly causing him to take 2 steps back. Who are you guys exactly? Heavenly origin immortal paragon could only do his best to maintain the calmness in his heart. Who we are isn't important. What's important is that you have to understand that today, we came here to destroy the supreme ancient immortal realms. We were originally born for the sake of destruction. Hence, let me officially inform you that today is the day of the destruction of the supreme ancient immortal realms. From today onwards, your supreme ancient immortal realms will no longer exist.
The supreme ancient immortal realms shall be our territory, and you, heavenly origin immortal paragon, will be the first existence to die. The primeval devil lord spoke like he was talking about an insignificant matter.
Chapter 32-22.
They claimed that they wanted to completely destroy the supreme ancient immortal realms, causing all the immortal races in the supreme ancient immortal realms to be annihilated. Annihilation. Long Chen could personally feel how disgusting these two words were. Once, the heaven-devouring race almost caused the dragons to go extinct, destroying the dragon sacrificial continent. What they did was no different from what the primeval troll did today. For the sake of devouring, the primeval troll followed their nature and searched for the value of their existence. The result was the same. But why did they have the authority to control the fate of others? Because they were strong. Their authority stemmed from their strength. From the trembling of the immortal races, Long Chen could sense the terror in their hearts. The words of the primeval devil lord not only spoke to heavenly essence immortal sovereign, it also spoke to all the immortal races in the supreme ancient immortal realms. As long as one had some ability, they would be able to sense the difference in strength. In other words, this devil lord didn't seem to be here to coax them. Supreme ancient immortal realms. Remember this. Today is your doomsday. As for us, we shall enjoy the look of fear on your faces. I guarantee everyone that from today onwards, not a single immortal race from the supreme ancient immortal realms will survive. Not a single one will be left alive. This is our style. Hence, everyone, don't flee first. Not a single one would be left alive. This sentence directly frightened everyone. The 200 devils from the supreme ancient immortal realms, their auras were completely suppressing all the experts from the supreme ancient immortal realms. In fact, there were 3 of them against 1 at the peak of the supreme ancient immortal realms. My supreme ancient immortal realms has no grudge with you all. Why must you all be so ruthless? That's right. If you all have any requests, we can discuss it. There's no need to be like this, right? Also, even if we fight, you all might not be able to win. At the very least, we will make you all pay a price. Facing the questioning of the primordial immortal race, Ancestor, she smiled faintly and said, "This might be useful to others, but it's useless to us. Because destruction and slaughter are our instincts, just like how you eat and reproduce. They are all instincts, and our instincts are our greatest mission. That's why we have to kill every last one of you. There's no reason for us to do so." At this point it was about time. This was the psychological attack of the primeval troll. Naturally, it was easy to defeat them. Under the pressure of the primeval troll, the primordial immortal race was in a state of panic. The hearts of billions of people in the world were crumbling rapidly. The originally beautiful and harmonious time was instantly thrown into chaos, and order collapsed. Before the battle even started, countless people had already gone crazy. The end of the world had come too quickly. Tian Yuan's celestial supremacy's face was pale, but his eyes were gradually filled with blood-red fury. He had to shoulder a huge responsibility now. Even if he had no chance of winning, he had to tell the others to fight to the end. "Everyone, you'd better not think about surrendering. We don't accept surrenders. We only want to kill. So, since you want to resist, you'd better use some strength. Don't be too weak after a while. That would be boring." Ancestor, she smiled again. He had simply forced the primordial immortal race into the most helpless situation. "Tian Yuan's celestial supremacy. Let's start with you. Do you have the guts to come out?" The 3 ancestor devils planned to kill him as quickly as possible. Actually, there was no need for the 3 ancestor devils. Just the primordial demon lord alone was not someone Tian Yuan's celestial supremacy could resist. Now that the primordial demon lord was pointing at Tian Yuan's celestial supremacy, he wanted him to come out first. Celestial supremacy. All the experts of the primordial immortal race became nervous. "It's fine. If I really have to die, let me die in front of the immortal domain. Also, I want them to pay the price." The haze was like a nightmare. The most terrifying nightmare descended on everyone's world. It was as if the sky had turned tragic. Long Chen had truly witnessed the horror of the primeval troll. He could imagine that if it was any other world in the myriad of worlds, there would probably be such a disaster under their destruction. He had to stop it, not only to help the primordial immortal race, but also to help himself. to help the people of the myriad of worlds. One could imagine how the sacrificial dragon continent was destroyed by the sky-devouring race. This bunch of inhumane beings were born for the sake of destruction. Although they were pitiful and couldn't even find any value in their lives, they definitely weren't worthy of sympathy. Sympathizing with them was equivalent to destroying oneself. Even if there was no chance of victory, Tian Yuan's celestial supremacy still rushed out resolutely, facing the primordial demon lord. A battle at the pinnacle was about to erupt. Long Chen could already see that the primordial demon lord was already prepared to attack. Given his capabilities, he could heavily injure Tian Yuan's celestial supremacy with a single move. At that time, when the primeval troll attacked together, the supreme ancient immortal realms would become hell on earth. All the primeval troll were filled with excitement at this moment. Many of them couldn't hold it in any longer. They howled in rage and soared through the air, blotting out the sun, waiting for a command. Flames blazed. The flames of war engulfed everything. Immortal venerables. The resistance of the supreme ancient immortal realms became a tragedy. Venerables in the legends carried the fate of all lives on their backs, resolutely advancing forward. At this moment, Long Chen felt a deep emotion in his heart. If it was in the past, he would still feel a little sympathy for the primeval troll because of the epic sky devil. But now, he didn't feel any sympathy at all. There was only hatred. Even if it's the shit of the heaven-devouring race, it's nothing but hateful shit. At this moment, it was time for him to show himself. Long Chen was prepared. Since he wanted to cause trouble, he naturally had to gain some benefits. Grand Mist Dragon World. Abruptly, Long Chen unleashed his Grand Mist Law energy. A world engulfed everything, instantly enveloping all the primeval troll and experts from the supreme ancient immortal realms. Within the Grand Mist Dragon World, millions of divine dragons danced in the air. Eternal whirlpool. Both space-time and space were suppressed. Beside Long Chen, many primeval trolls simply couldn't move at all. Long Chen suddenly acted. The primordial dragon's sword directly pierced through the devil sovereigns beside him. As the devil sovereigns roared in rage, they were directly destroyed by the Grand Mist Dragon World. The situation changed too quickly. Whoosh. Suddenly, Long Chen killed a few more primeval troll. He did this to gain supremacy Tianyuan's trust. The changes on Long Chen's side shocked the supreme ancient immortal realms. It made the primeval troll furious and horrified. Even the three ancestor fiends turned back in shock, just in time to see their primeval troll perish in Long Chen's hands. They couldn't resist at all. Fiend Lord, long time no see. Long Chen stopped, holding the primordial dragon sword. His body was covered in the dragon scales of the primordial sacrificial dragon. He looked ancient and mysterious, majestic and imposing. Although he looked different from before, everyone knew that this was Long Chen. You. The three ancestor fiends narrowed their eyes in disbelief. As for the other primeval troll, they were still suppressed by both space-time and space. They were struggling to resist, trying in vain to leave Long Chen's side. Boom. Long Chen's rebirth slash swept out. Another primeval troll was annihilated in Long Chen's hands. Bang. It turned into countless fragments and disappeared. You actually followed me. Primordial Demon Lord's voice was much colder. This time, it could be seen that he no longer had the smugness from before. His eyes were filled with intense anger and hatred. That was the malevolence unique to primeval troll. They were born for such hatred. Fiend Lord, all is fair in war. Long Chen opened the Death World. Primordial God Master, Chaotic Divine Might, and Mo Xiaolang all came out and appeared beside Long Chen. If there's a chance, we must destroy Primordial Demon Lord and the rest. Xueqi, try to ask Kitten if he wants to come over. When the three arrived, Long Chen was also fighting for Kitten's side. As for whether he would come or not, it would depend on Kitten. In any case, Long Chen already told Xueqi about the situation here. The arrival of four powerful experts was like another dream to Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon. The initial peace was suddenly replaced by the shadow of death. Before the destruction of the supreme ancient immortal realms, four more experts appeared. Each of them was at the same cultivation level as him. This was especially so for Long Chen. He seemed to be an old opponent of the primordial demon lord. Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon didn't care who they were. As long as they stood on his side, they were the enemy of his enemy. They were his comrades. Immortal Paragon,
Let's join forces today. Long Chen only needed to say a single sentence and Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon already knew what he meant. No problem. Many thanks to everyone for saving us. After we chase them away, I will thank you again. Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon's words were simple. The happiness he felt now was truly unbelievable. But as a direct ruler, he still had this mentality. We will block these three. As for those small fries, we will have to depend on you guys. The primeval troll are ruthless and savage. They specially target mortals, treating them as food. Everyone, please be careful. Long Chen made arrangements for them. Only then would they have the confidence to deal with these primeval troll. If not, chaos would definitely ensue. Among them, the three ancestor devils were the most terrifying. Long Chen had to restrain them. This was especially so for the primordial demon lord. He was the most terrifying existence. Very good. Previously, I failed to subdue you. This time around, I will make you completely convinced. The primordial demon lord saw the situation and knew that it was unavoidable. But the enraged him wasn't as easy to talk to as before. Such a good plan actually failed because of Long Chen. Many thanks. Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon's mission was very light. He was alone. There was no need for him to fear so many primeval troll. The flames of war burned fiercely. Up until now, they could barely be considered evenly matched. The Chaos Divine Might was defeated previously, but it had improved this time around. It wasn't a big problem for him to deal with an ancestor devil. There was no need to mention the Chaos God Lord. After Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon dealt with this, he would definitely help. What Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had to do was to deal with the primordial demon lord. They didn't succeed last time. This time it was their turn. Humph. The primordial demon lord didn't say anything and charged towards the direction of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. The battle instantly erupted. The Chaos God Lord and Chaos Divine Might left one after another. Those primeval troll were directly blasted away by the primordial demon lord. As such, there was only an empty starry sky between Long Chen and the primordial demon lord. The battle erupted. Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon led all the experts of the primordial immortal race. This was their territory, and they were exceptionally fierce. Now that their morale had greatly increased, and with Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon stabbing into the enemy's camp like a sharp knife, the primeval troll couldn't stop Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon from the start. Chapter 32-23. Fighting against the primal Chaos Godlord again. Although Long Chen felt a little nervous in his heart, he wasn't as agitated as he was now. Right now, the entire battlefield was chaotic, but in Long Chen's eyes, the world seemed to be at a standstill. Everything was calm and the Supreme Ancient Devil Lord was in the center of the battlefield, staring at Long Chen with his slightly red eyes. This was different from the previous time when he planned everything. This time around, Long Chen suddenly appeared and foiled his plans. This caused a cruel killing intent to rise in his heart. The primeval troll was originally a manifestation of hatred. As for the Supreme Ancient Devil Lord, he was the condensation of millions upon millions of hatred. Hatred was his strength. Before the eyes of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, all the gods and devils in the surroundings vanished. In fact, even the entire Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms no longer existed. Only the Supreme Ancient Devil Lord remained before them. The Supreme Ancient Devil Lord was still in human form, but he was like a boundlessly gigantic ball of blood that even surpassed those in the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. He was like a blazing flame, radiating boundless might. This was how he was. He easily became everything in the eyes of his opponents. Big brother. Ever since Mo Xiaolang broke through to the ultimate divine realm, he had never gone all out in a battle before. The Supreme Ancient Devil Lord was the most terrifying opponent he could face now. His emotions were similar to Long Chen. Although he didn't have much confidence, the battle intent in his heart had already drowned everything. I'll be at the front. Just like how they fought side by side in the past. Long Chen was at the front, fighting against his opponent while Mo Xiaolang searched for opportunities in the surroundings. Now that Long Chen had inherited the essence blood of the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony, he was already very different from before. Origin Dragon Palace. Firstly, under the state of the primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony, he fused the golden Origin Dragon Palace into his body.
Many golden diagrams appeared on his dragon scales, complementing each other, allowing Long Chen to climb to an unprecedented peak. Origin Dragon Palace. Primordial Dragon Sword. They were all relics of the dragon sacrificial continent and contained endless secrets, especially the primordial dragon sword, which seemed to be slightly related to the primordial dragon sacrificial rite. When Long Chen inherited the primordial dragon sacrificial rite's blood essence, he had gradually noticed that the primordial dragon sword was different. It seemed that under the urging of the primordial dragon sacrificial rite's power, the primordial dragon sword was unsealed and in a new state. Humph. At this moment, the primordial demon lord no longer held back and decisively made his move. Just like last time, once he made his move, it was impossible to dodge. The power that belonged to him directly penetrated everything and descended on the head of Long Chen in a terrifying manner. Myriad Demonic Fist. His decisive attack was still the same rule that had once defeated Long Chen and the nine-colored chaos formation. It was simple, direct and violent. It was the pinnacle of boxing that Long Chen had witnessed. There were quite a number of primeval troll blocking in the middle, but the primeval demon lord's punch still descended instantly. It seemed to be a small movement, but in reality, the moment it struck, it suppressed all the experts and became the most stunning attack. How powerful! Even that heavenly Yuan immortal paragon who was in the midst of the attack also felt the destructive might. He deeply understood how terrifying the primordial demon lord was. At the same time, he was also worried that if Long Chen and the others still couldn't stop the primordial demon lord, the supreme ancient immortal realms would still have no way to avoid the fate of destruction. When he thought of the miserable state the primeval troll was in, heavenly Yuan immortal paragon only had one choice. And that was to fight to the death, fight to the death. Right now, all the immortal races in the supreme ancient immortal realms were putting their lives on the line, fighting against the violent primeval troll. One side was fighting for survival, the other side was fighting for destruction. Overall speaking, the immortal races in the supreme ancient immortal realms were putting their lives on the line. Boom! No matter what the others did, only Long Chen was facing the myriad demonic fist. In other words, whether or not Long Chen could block the primordial demon lord would directly affect the situation. Hence, at this moment, many immortal races in the supreme ancient immortal realms couldn't help but to pray, praying that Long Chen would be able to block the myriad demonic fist. It was just that they understood in their hearts that things wouldn't be so easy. The crisis of death descended once more. But this time around, Long Chen was much calmer. Gathering his origin dragon energy and creation god power, he retracted his fist and punched out explosively. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, incomparably swift and ferocious. The moment he retracted his fist, 9 chaos elemental dragons coiled around Long Chen's hands, possessing the most terrifying destructive power of chaos. Break! Chaos Dragon Fist. This wasn't just a form of might. It was a form of will that gathered Long Chen's unwillingness to be defeated, his determination to fight to the death, and his unwavering determination. Roar! In truth, the laws of chaos that belonged to Long Chen surpassed that of the primordial demon lord. At the very least, it was on par with the primordial demon lord, or perhaps even higher. The moment the Chaos Dragon Fist was unleashed, it shocked the entire world. No matter how fast the other party's myriad demonic fist was, Long Chen actually had the chance to fight against it at this moment. On one side, it was a combination of hatred and hatred. For the sake of survival, it was a vicious and ruthless massacre. On the other side, it was to save the dying and heal the injured. For the sake of survival and eternity, they fought with all their might. The will of the Chaos Dragon Fist was completely compatible with Long Chen's. It was like his mental energy. In the eyes of everyone, the majestic Chaos Dragon Fist directly clashed against the myriad demonic fist. A clash between dragons and devils. Rumble! As they clashed, the battlefield instantly widened. A large number of experts were flung through the air. No one could block the attacks of Long Chen and the primordial demon lord. Too powerful, too ferocious. It has long since surpassed the level that ordinary gods and devils could withstand. In fact, many deities and devils instantly scattered, leaving the most important battlefield for Long Chen and the primordial demon lord. From this, one could see how intense the clash this time was exactly. In that instant, even though there was still some distance between the supreme ancient immortal realms and the supreme ancient immortal realms, the mountains and earth were already collapsing. Powerful. After the primordial demon lord sensed it, he couldn't help but to sigh.
Both fists collided. It seemed like Long Chen wasn't injured at all. He was merely forced back. Clearly, the Chaos Dragon Fist managed to block the attack of the Primordial Demon Lord. Long Chen, under the support of his overwhelming confidence and strength, successfully blocked the attack that he wouldn't have been able to block earlier. Bzz. After retreating a great distance, Long Chen stabilized his body. There weren't many injuries on his body. This caused him to feel some joy. As expected, the Primordial Dragon's sacrifice inheritance was effective. Right now, it was already impossible for the Primordial Demon Lord to defeat him with a single strike. Powerful. Long Chen gritted his teeth. The incomparably intense battle intent in his heart erupted forth once more. Your improvement is so fast. No matter what, I can't let you live today. The Primordial Demon Lord reacted. As the embodiment of the hatred of millions and millions of primeval troll, the him now was even more cold-blooded and malevolent. Towering devil chi gushed forth. At this moment, he completely ignored all the primeval troll and immortal experts in the surroundings. There was only Long Chen in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the Primordial Demon Lord crossed a great distance and appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen's heart was calm but his blood was boiling. Facing such a huge challenge, he was getting more and more excited. He was already fully prepared for the battle. Heaven-devouring fire diagram. But at this moment, Mo Xiaolang had already successfully appeared behind the Primordial Demon Lord. While the Primordial Demon Lord was too lazy to pay attention to him, Mo Xiaolang displayed the rules of the sky-devouring race. The ancestral fire spread. There were also billions of divine flames that clustered around the ancestral fire, forming the heaven-devouring fire diagram. The defenseless Primordial Demon Lord was instantly controlled by the heaven-devouring fire diagram. Boundless flames, imbued with the law of devouring, descended on the head of the Primordial Demon Lord. Child's play. The Primordial Demon Lord snorted coldly. It was obvious that he didn't put Mo Xiaolang in his eyes at all. Even if Mo Xiaolang was a sky-devouring race member to him, he was just a young one at the moment. Since that's the case, I shall end the few of you here. Then, I shall take care of your worlds one by one. All of you will come and enjoy yourselves. That would save me a lot of trouble. The Primordial Demon Lord was unfazed in the heaven-devouring fire diagram. Even when the 5 types of ancestral fire wrapped around his body, he still looked calm. But it could be seen that his body was covered with black dragon scales. Those were dragon scales that protected him. This was the moment when the Primordial Demon Lord's killing intent was at its peak. Unparalleled demonic arts. He attacked again. But this time, it wasn't a punch. It was a formless attack. It appeared out of nowhere and attacked Mo Xiaolang. He no longer attacked Long Chen but stared at Mo Xiaolang. Return. Under Mo Xiaolang's control, the Primordial Demon Lord was covered in countless layers of flames. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang turned into the sun-devouring demonic wolf and was about to devour the flames. He had almost succeeded. At this critical moment, the formless unparalleled demonic arts activated on Mo Xiaolang's body. Suddenly, Mo Xiaolang was trapped in another world by a skull-shaped black demonic fog. Kiki. As the skull-shaped fog dissipated, the unparalleled demonic arts spread across Mo Xiaolang's body. The rules were like waves, gushing into Mo Xiaolang's body, forming a crushing force. Under such a crushing force, Mo Xiaolang's body was collapsing rapidly. The heaven-devouring fire diagram lost control and was naturally pushed away by the Primordial Demon Lord, freeing him from the shackles. The Primordial Demon Lord was powerful indeed. He easily reversed the situation. Any of his performances was enough to shock people. Facing Mo Xiaolang, who was being torn apart by the unparalleled demonic arts, Long Chen's first priority was to save him. When the Primordial Demon Lord broke free, he appeared in front of Mo Xiaolang. Soul Melody of Life. The green flames danced around Mo Xiaolang like a song. Then, they gushed into Mo Xiaolang's body, bringing him great vitality. Moreover, with Long Chen's help from outside, they were able to destroy the unparalleled demonic arts rules with great difficulty. After completing all this, Long Chen's confidence became smaller. Even now, the Primordial Demon Lord still had the mentality of toying with them. He was sure that the next attack would be even more dangerous. Especially since Mo Xiaolang was slightly injured, it would be even more troublesome. To be able to break me twice,
You're really capable. The primordial demon lord laughed coldly. Even if it was in other battles and primeval troll was retreating, he wasn't worried at all. Chapter 32-24. Long Chen realized that if he and Mo Xiaolang attacked together, the primordial demon lord might pick on the weakest, which would put Mo Xiaolang in great danger. Long Chen thought carefully. It is impossible to destroy the primordial demon lord with just me and Xiaolang. We can only wait and see if Kitten will come, so I can only restrain him, but Xiaolang can go and help Venerable Heaven Yuan and the rest. Long Chen quickly told Mo Xiaolang his idea. Big brother, will you be able to handle it alone? Long Chen replied, I can only try my best. Also, it is impossible to take down the primordial demon lord, but maybe the other primeval troll will do something if they suffer heavy casualties. All right. If two people decided something on the same battlefield, it would only lead to chaos. Mo Xiaolang had great trust in Long Chen, so he basically carried out his arrangements seriously. In that case, I will make these small fries pay the price. After the two communicated, they quickly separated. Long Chen blocked the primordial demon lord, while Mo Xiaolang's target became the primeval troll. He was now in the sun-devouring demonic wolf state, and when fighting against opponents like the primeval troll, Mo Xiaolang would cause more damage than the primordial immortal race. Under the sun-devouring demonic wolf's heaven-devouring fire diagram, the demon lords were devoured one by one, and the speed of their deaths was much faster than before. After all, no one could stop Venerable Heaven Yuan previously. In order to protect his homeland and all living beings, even the heavenly origin celestial sovereign was in a frenzied state. He wielded an origin-grade celestial sword and swung it, turning the evil primeval troll into black smoke and dissipating. For a period of time, the speed at which primeval troll died seemed to have gone out of control. With Mo Xiaolang and heavenly essence in the lead, the supreme ancient immortal realms were like sharp blades, piercing into primeval troll's body. This caused the supreme ancient immortal realms behind them to be able to enjoy peace despite the intense battle. The primordial demon lord naturally could not tolerate this situation to continue. Seeing Long Chen block himself, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. Of course, he felt that Long Chen's guts were too big. However, how could he know that Long Chen was currently in a frenzy? For the sake of protecting the supreme ancient immortal realms, for the sake of defeating the primeval troll, and even more so for the sake of the myriad of worlds, right now, he was blocking the primeval devil lord. Hence, Long Chen didn't say anything and immediately unleashed all the methods he had. Eternal whirlpool. The power of time gushed forth. This time, Long Chen's target was only the primordial devil lord. He could do his best to restrict the primordial devil lord's movements. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it would still be extremely beneficial to him. Grand Mist Dragon World. The new Grand Mist space was born, and it pulled him and the primordial demon lord into another space. The original Grand Mist space was very sturdy, and there were billions of dragons soaring within it. They swept across the Grand Mist Dragon World and spread out. The dual suppression of space-time completely locked onto the primordial devil lord in a very short period of time. In terms of time, it was 10,000 times slower than normal, like countless ropes coiling around the primordial devil lord. And in terms of space, the Grand Mist Dragon World froze, causing the primordial devil lord to be sealed within countless layers of steel. These were the first two steps of Long Chen's frenzied attack. Time flowed by extremely quickly. He gritted his teeth and truly unleashed his killing move. His sure kill move, the Death Spirit Blood Rune. With a tap of his palm, the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman chased after the primordial devil lord. Not to mention that the primordial devil lord was unable to escape. Even if he had already escaped, he would still be completely locked onto by Long Chen. The Dead Spirit Blood Talisman that was condensed from the hatred of millions of lives stuck tightly onto the primordial devil lord's chest. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated deep into the primordial devil lord's body. Although the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman would definitely die, Long Chen would not be so naive to think that the Dead Spirit Blood Talisman could kill the primordial devil lord. Now that the primordial devil lord was looking down on him, he would have the opportunity to attack. At least for now, Long Chen still had no idea what was going on with the primordial devil lord. However, it seemed like he still had the opportunity to attack. Long Chen, who had the support of a huge amount of willpower, seemed to have endless power. Within his body, energy erupted continuously, causing Long Chen to become even more fiery. The boundless creation energy of the Origin Dragon Palace swept down and was infused into the primordial dragon sword. Kill. Endless life and death calamity. Past and future fate reversal. 2 consecutive swords, 2 completely different attacks, condensed 6 types of rules at the same time. 2 streaks of sword chi swept out. Long Chen prayed in his heart that the primordial devil lord was still under the suppression of time and space. Moreover, he was still resisting the dead spirit blood talisman. It was very likely that this violent attack of Long Chen's would have some effect. No, this might not be able to kill him. However, the feeling of danger in his heart did not disappear. Even when the endless life and death calamity and the past and future fate reversal rushed into the primordial devil lord's body and brought about a destructive blow together with the dead spirit blood talisman, Long Chen still felt that the rules did not seem to pose much of a threat to the primordial devil lord. Creation Reincarnation. Therefore, at this moment, Long Chen directly used the attack that he was most confident in. The creation reincarnation could take any form. Long Chen directly attacked with the primordial dragon sword. Another streak of sword chi rushed towards the primordial devil lord. However, this time around, the slight difference was that the sword chi was faintly discernible. There was a lot of mist gathered on it. Every drop of mist was like a real world, completely in the midst of birth and destruction, releasing endless power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was as though the primordial dragon world was still shaking. In an instant, the creation reincarnation crashed into the primordial devil lord. It was clear that the primordial devil lord was completely under Long Chen's control. Under Long Chen's frenzied attacks, the primordial devil lord seemed to be completely suppressed. However, from the start to the end, the primordial devil lord's expression did not change at all. Boom. The creation reincarnation bombarded the primordial devil lord's body. There were already 2 types of suppression on the primordial devil lord's body. There were 3 different ways of destruction, especially the past and future fate reversal, which was reversing karma and fate. However, under the violent destruction of the creation reincarnation, the primordial devil lord's entire world instantly exploded, turning into countless particles. He could not be any more dead. However, the power of the creation reincarnation did not stop there. The shattered particles gathered once again, forming the appearance of the primordial devil lord. Just as they gathered, before they could even take shape, they exploded again. The scene was as beautiful as fireworks. However, time passed too quickly. In a short period of time, the destruction of the new world had reached close to 1,000 times. Every explosion brought the primordial devil lord closer to destruction and disappearance. This was the destructive power of the creation reincarnation. In the reincarnation, he was continuously destroyed. Boom. For the last time, the primordial devil lord was completely destroyed. There was no longer anything that could gather in front of Long Chen. This made Long Chen a little dazed. Could it be that under his crazy attacks, the primordial devil lord was already killed by him? It was that simple. He always felt that although the combination of several of his rules was heaven-defying, the primordial devil lord was in existence in the half-ancestor realm. Danger. This was what Long Chen thought at this moment. He instantly left his previous position. At the moment he left, a formless fog appeared, forming the appearance of the primordial devil lord at his previous position. The primordial devil lord smiled at him and said, "You don't understand. At my realm, I'm already above the gods. I'm immortal and indestructible. I'm everywhere. It's impossible to destroy me." Long Chen could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He did not expect that so many rules would not be able to truly destroy him. In this case, Long Chen was at his wit's end. He only played the role of delaying the time slightly. However, after careful observation, he still discovered something. He coldly smiled and said, "What you said does make sense. However, it seems like you're still somewhat affected, isn't it? My 4 rules are still in your body. You need to spend a lot of effort to resist them." This was also the reason why the primordial devil lord did not immediately attack Long Chen and instead stopped to talk. On the primordial devil lord's body, the 4 rules were like maggots in his bones. The dead spirit blood talisman was releasing endless hatred and killing energy. The life and death calamity was still destroying him. The past and future reincarnation technique was also reversing his karma and fate. He still could not get rid of them. The primordial devil lord smiled and said, "All right, this is the price I have to pay for underestimating you today. I'll have to properly digest the 4 gifts you've given me. His cultivation was terrifying. He could now suppress the 4 terrifying rules. If it was a chaotic godlord, Long Chen's past and future reincarnation technique would be enough to make him collapse. Of course, every rule is only on the periphery of his body. They haven't truly penetrated deep into his body. No matter how heaven-defying the rules are, they will be blocked at the entrance and won't be able to exert their effects. Long Chen believed that any one of these 4 would be able to deal a devastating blow to the other party's body if it were to penetrate deep into their body. The primordial Devil Lord was waiting for him to completely suppress the 4 rules before killing Long Chen. Naturally, he would not make the same mistake twice, nor would he give Long Chen a chance to attack. The problem was, he could not wait any longer. Please take a look. Long Chen opened the primordial dragon world. The primordial Devil Lord instantly saw that under the joint attack of the sun-devouring direwolf and heavenly Yuan celestial venerable, close to half of the 200 primeval troll had died. Mo Xiaolang and the others had completely suppressed them. Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi were also unable to suppress their opponents. This time, the biggest loss came from the primeval troll. Seeing this scene, the primordial Devil Lord was enraged. In his rage, his expression turned completely cold. It was so cold that it was terrifying. Previously, he had been toying with them, but now, he was filled with hatred. He was still waiting to get rid of the 4 rules before killing Long Chen and the others. The problem was that the primeval troll would not be able to hold on for that long. No matter what, this operation was a complete failure. The primordial Devil Lord did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, the primeval troll fighting below disappeared instantly. They had probably returned to the Devil Dragon ancient tomb. When I get rid of these 4 rules, it will be your death. Chapter 32-25. The war has ended. Long Chen didn't expect it to end so quickly. He also didn't expect that the price he had to pay today was so much smaller than what he had imagined. There were 2 main reasons. Firstly, Long Chen sent Mo Xiaolang to deal with the primeval troll. Because of the huge losses, the Supreme Ancient Devil Lord had no choice but to retreat and reorganize. Secondly, it was because of the 4 types of law energy. Long Chen's law energy was so powerful that the Supreme Ancient Devil Lord had no choice but to spend some time to get rid of them. Back then on the battlefield, this amount of time was enough for all the primeval troll to die. There was also another point. The original plan of the primeval troll was to attack the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms to replenish their strength. Their initial opponent was only Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon. However, the appearance of Long Chen and the others ruined the plan from the very start, and an intense battle ensued. The Supreme Ancient Devil Lord was in existence with great patience. No matter how strong he was, if the situation wasn't right, he could still retreat. After all, Long Chen would only be able to reach the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms at most. The situation of him sneaking into the primeval trolls group had already happened twice. Clearly, the next time they attacked another world, the Supreme Ancient Devil Lord would definitely not allow Long Chen to sneak in. As long as he checked, Long Chen wouldn't be able to hide from his eyes. Hence, he chose to retreat at this moment. But clearly, he only changed his target, changing the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms to a place where Long Chen couldn't reach. Such a Supreme Ancient Devil Lord was even more terrifying. Also with this lesson, the next time he appeared, it would simply be Long Chen's death date. He wouldn't give them any more chances. Hence, although the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms avoided a calamity, Long Chen didn't feel relaxed in his heart. At this moment, the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms were in a state of joy. After making some arrangements, Heavenly Essence Immortal Paragon brought all the experts and came before Long Chen, the Primal Chaos Godlord and the others. Life Revival Curse. Long Chen didn't speak of anything else. In this battle, many people from the primordial immortal race had died. He saved as many as he could. There were some who were on the verge of death, but with Long Chen's help, they regained their lives. This scene made the primordial immortal race feel even more favorable towards Long Chen. They had also seen that Long Chen had forced back the great destructive demon. After the incantation ended, the Sky Yuan Immortal Paragon respectfully spoke, "I, Sky Yuan Immortal Paragon, on behalf of all the immortals of the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms, thank the 4 of you for saving my life earlier. I wonder how I should address the 4 of you?" Communication is necessary. Forming an alliance with the supreme ancient immortal realms was also of the utmost importance. Long Chen swiftly introduced himself. Forgive me for being presumptuous. Honestly speaking, most of us have thought that our supreme ancient immortal realms is the only world. We didn't expect that there would actually be a devil from the other world appearing today. Not only that, the four of you would appear to save us. May I know where all of you are from? Long Chen spoke. Immortal Paragon, actually this world is much larger than what you imagine. Let me explain the ins and outs of the story to all of you. Many thanks, we just so happen to need the truth. Long Chen then explained the current situation of the myriad of worlds, the status of the supreme ancient immortal realms to the supreme ancient immortal realms. At the end, he also explained that the primeval troll was an evil devil that had been in slumber for a very long time. They wanted to destroy gods and devils, wanting to invade the myriad of worlds. They only awakened recently and were in a place called the Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb. So it turns out that the world is actually so vast. It seems like we are ignorant and ill-informed. So it turns out that our supreme ancient immortal realms is merely an original grade world that was sealed off. There are 6 other worlds similar to ours and there are even experts like you. No matter what, the 4 of you have saved our supreme ancient immortal realms today. We are filled with gratitude towards the 4 of you. The 4 of you are the benefactors of our supreme ancient immortal realms. The Sky Origin Immortal Paragon spoke with deep emotions. His face was handsome and his emotions were sincere, causing people to feel an involuntary desire to get closer to him. Long Chen spoke, Immortal Paragon, actually, we are facing a common problem. It's only natural for us to help each other. What's more important now is that the primeval troll hasn't been destroyed yet. They are still growing stronger and are a threat to every place. The most important thing for us is to join forces. As long as we face them together, there won't be a problem for us to overcome this crisis. The most terrifying thing is that the primeval troll would destroy us one by one. Sky Origin Immortal Paragon understood Long Chen's meaning. He nodded, don't worry, this isn't just your responsibility. It's also the responsibility of our supreme ancient immortal realms. When facing the other races, the most important thing is to join forces. Hence, if there are any battles to join forces, our supreme ancient immortal realms will not shirk. Today, those primeval troll have already shown us how bloodthirsty and brutal they are. Being able to join forces with Sky Origin Immortal Paragon meant that he had another helper. Long Chen felt more confident, but a more important problem appeared. Long Chen frowned. To tell you the truth, we have no way to enter the other original grade worlds. The reason why we came to the supreme ancient immortal realms was because I followed them. But now that they are on guard, it's clearly impossible. Hence, we are still in a state of separation from the 5 original grade worlds. But the primeval troll is able to lead the primeval troll to wipe out the 5 worlds one by one, just like how they dealt with you all today. Once they succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's right. 5 worlds that have been completely destroyed. Not a single mortal remains. Upon thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel their hair standing on end. The Chaos Godlord spoke, since we have already joined forces, the most important mission for us now is to search for the passageways to the other worlds. The more worlds we join forces with, the greater our chances of success. If we are too slow and allow the primeval troll to invade the other worlds first, we would lose even more miserably. The primeval troll has the passageways to the other worlds. Who knows, they might have already invaded the other worlds in this world. The Chaos Godlord's words were very logical. This was the most urgent matter at hand. But this also caused Long Chen and the others to be at a loss. There should still be devil sovereigns in the myriad worlds. Let me try and see if I can infiltrate the Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb again. The Chaos Godlord spoke. This is one method. However, if I'm the Supreme Ancient Devil Lord, after I familiarize myself with you, I won't let you succeed. Maybe, all the Devil Sovereigns have already returned. That's right, Long Chen ordered Heavenly Deity Lu Ya to search for the Devil Sovereigns. But until now, he hasn't found them. Since he hasn't found them, Long Chen wouldn't be able to act. Such an urgent situation simply caused everyone to be extremely anxious. At this moment, the Sky Origin Immortal Paragon spoke. Everyone, I remember something. In the past, I didn't know how vast the myriad worlds are. Hence, I didn't pay much attention to it. But it's true that in a certain location in the supreme ancient immortal realms, I could sense the existence of living beings there.
Let's go and take a look. Could it be a passageway to another world?
The Chaos Godlord spoke. That's possible. Back then, my Chaos Divine world was separated from the myriad worlds by a layer. I could see the myriad worlds. Let's hope that what you see isn't the myriad worlds but another world. Lead the way. As long as there's a bit of hope, they would have to fight for it. Immortal Paragon, tell them to return to protect the world.
You can join us.
Those experts from the supreme ancient immortal realms were already very tired after experiencing this battle.
Sure.
The Sky Origin Immortal Paragon instructed the immortals to return to protect the supreme ancient immortal realms and report the situation. After that, he brought Long Chen and the others with him. The 5 of them traversed the supreme ancient immortal realms and headed towards a certain direction.
Everyone unleashed their greatest speed.
Along the way, no one spoke. If what the Sky Origin Immortal Paragon saw isn't another world, if it's only the myriad worlds, we would have wasted our efforts. The Supreme Ancient Devil Lord is definitely attacking the other worlds now. There's only a 20% chance that we would arrive in time. When he thought of this, Long Chen felt somewhat depressed in his heart. Honestly speaking, it was very possible that the tragedy he imagined was actually happening in a certain world. Primeval troll that blotted out the sky. Countless mortals screamed in agony. A world that was destroyed.
We've arrived.
The Sky Origin Immortal Paragon finally brought everyone to their destination. This place was the border of the supreme ancient immortal realms, a desolate stretch of starry space. The supreme ancient immortal realms was very far behind them. Other than the Sky Origin Immortal Paragon, most probably no one else had the strength to reach here. Following the direction that the Sky Origin Immortal Paragon pointed, everyone turned their gazes over. At the border, there was a translucent screen of darkness, churning like waves.
Long Chen instantly arrived here. He directly told Heavenly God Luya to come here.
The Sky Origin Immortal Paragon only saw the other side by chance.
Now, he couldn't see it anymore. Only Heavenly God Luya's eyes could confirm it. Let me take a look.
Heavenly God Luya activated his vision and stared ahead. It was like how he saw the ancestral star before. And the barrier before them seemed to be much sturdier than the one in the ancestral star. It was just that it wasn't as huge as the one in the Blood Fiend starfield. When Heavenly God Luya was observing, everyone was extremely nervous. Long Chen was observing as well. He could faintly sense that there were signs of life behind the barrier, and it was extremely intense. This might very well be an original grade world. There's life. There's someone there. It's very big. It's a giant.
Suddenly, Heavenly God Luya spoke with excitement.
That's right. It's a world that we've never seen before. Clearly, it's an original grade world.
Heavenly God Luya said.
It was a miracle that 2 original grade worlds that were sealed off had actually come together. As such, Long Chen and the others looked at each other. Long Chen said, the simplest and most direct way is for all of us to work together and see if we can break this barrier.
No problem.
The power of 5 ultimate realm ultimate gods. They were all top-tier deities. Heavenly God Luya went back to continue searching for the primeval troll demon supremacy. The others in the myriad worlds were also working hard. Meanwhile, the 5 ultimate realm ultimate gods had gathered together and were ready.
Let's do it.
Chapter 32-26. Long Chen actually had some confidence. Back then when the Chaos God Lord broke the barrier and caused the entire Chaos Divine world to descend, he could do it himself. Although it took a little longer. But at least he succeeded. And now, the power they had was 5 times that of the Chaos God Lord.
Break.
The 5 of them worked together, using Long Chen's boundless life and death tribulation energy as their strongest attack. They blasted the barrier with all their might. The Chaos God Lord's power, Mo Xiaolong's power, etc. The 5 forces clashed together, condensing into a giant sharp sword that pierced through the barrier. Basically, other than Mo Xiaolang and the Chaos Divine Art, the rest were all original grade boundless divine arts. Among the original grade boundless divine arts that the Chaos Divine Art cultivated, Mo Xiaolang hadn't found one suitable. After all, there weren't many boundless divine arts in the entire world. The light from the giant sword illuminated the heavens and earth, forming a snow-white screen above the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. If this attack could hit the primordial demon lord head-on, Long Chen was sure that it would definitely deal a heavy blow to the primordial demon lord. It would definitely be stronger than his own attack. There wasn't an explosion like they had imagined. Under the impact of the five's full strength, the barrier started to melt like liquid, forming a passageway. The passageway was thousands of meters long. Through it, they could faintly see the world on the other side. Let's go. There was no time to lose. The passageway had already appeared, but it was terrifyingly tough. Right now, it seemed to still be recovering. If they couldn't rush through before it recovered, it would be a waste of energy. To the five of them, the distance of a few thousand meters was just a matter of an instant. They successfully passed through. When they arrived at the other side, they discovered that the passageway was indeed reforming. The things set up by the sky-devouring race were truly hard to fathom. However, it was fine as long as they accomplished their goal. At this moment, the five of them were already attracted by the majestic, never-before-seen original grade world in front of them. For a period of time, they were all stunned and no one spoke. The Chaos Divine Realm and Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms were both original grade worlds. The vastness of an original grade world, Long Chen had seen it for himself in the Chaos Divine Realm. The ethereal beauty of an original grade world was something that Long Chen had experienced before in the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms. However, the origin world in front of him was a completely different world. If Long Chen were to use a word to describe it, the simplest would be steel jungle. In the depths of the starry sky, a huge ellipsoidal world appeared in the void. It was as big as the entire Chaos Divine Realm, perhaps even bigger. The primal Chaos Divine World had been surrounded by a magnificent 9-colored chaos formation, but the ellipsoidal world in front of him was dark and cold. There were no clouds, no soil, no mountains, no trees. There was only one thing, and that was metal. In the cold metal world, the entire world was like a gigantic battleship. That's right, it was a steel battleship floating in the void. It was hard and sturdy, and there were perhaps trillions of different types of metals within it. From afar, it looked like a steel battleship, but up close, it had a complex structure with countless continents. Perhaps even a single component contained countless living beings. Just like the Flower Fairy world and the Buildwood Sacred Tree. This kind of world was in the form of an item. In fact, one could only see it from afar. The living beings living in this world had no idea that the world they lived in was like this. On this boundless steel battleship, Long Chen could sense that there were at least trillions of living beings. However, even these living beings gave Long Chen the feeling that they were only made of metal. Maybe even the simplest living beings here were completely made of metal. Compared to the human race and the demon race, they were a completely different race. Maybe they were the steel race. However, in the past they were also a part of the myriad worlds. The myriad worlds are truly a miracle. Long Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart. In the past, he had been deeply moved by the fact that there were actually trillions of living beings on a giant tree. Now, he was even more moved by the fact that there were actually hundreds of trillions of living beings on a complex steel warship. In fact, the metals that made up these living beings were all different. As the metals became tougher, their cultivation bases might also become stronger. Long Chen thought of something. In the past, in the Chaos Starfield of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, there were all sorts of races. The Illusion Immortal race, the Dream Monkey race, the Chaos Royal race. These races might have been left behind after the myriad worlds came to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. For example, the Chaos Royal race is related to the Chaos Gods. The Supreme Ancient Immortal Realm is also related to the Illusion Immortal race. As for the Steel Battleship, the countless members of the Steel race seem to be related to the Golden War God race. Long Chen had a deep impression of the Golden War God race of the Chaos Starfield. Their bodies were made of steel. Other than their body structure being different from humans, they could also cultivate and comprehend laws. What he felt from the entire steel battleship was very similar to that of the Golden War God race. The powerful members of the steel race were huge, similar to the demon race. The weakest ones were not even gods, but they were actually similar to humans. What heavenly god Luya saw before was the strongest part of this primitive battleship. Presumably, the largest members of the steel race were about the same size as the 3 ancestor fiends. The first thing he saw was the wonder and shock of life. One could imagine how prosperous the myriad worlds were before the epoch. The second thing he saw was war.
The war existed at the back of the steel battleship, on the other side where Long Chen and the others were. Otherwise, Long Chen and the others would have seen it at first sight. On the other side of the steel battleship, a fierce battle was happening. Countless members of the steel race were fighting to the death. Their opponents were, of course, the primeval troll. Long Chen and the others were lucky. Coincidentally, after the primordial demon master led the primeval troll back, he chose to attack this world. Coincidentally, Long Chen and the others broke through the barrier between the worlds and came to this world. Why did this happen? The most important reason was that the two worlds were adjacent to each other. The passageways in the demonic dragon tomb were also very close. Because the primordial demon master had hatred in his heart, he naturally rushed here. Therefore, this was actually not too much of a blessing. Instead, it was something to be expected. What Long Chen was worried about was that they would attack the world that he could not reach. Regardless of whether he could defeat the primordial demon master, the most important thing at that moment was to help the steel race defeat their opponents and protect the steel battleship world. Uniting one more world and opening one more world meant that they would have more power. Everyone, get ready. This time we have to deal a heavy blow to the other party, otherwise, they would not be so lucky to arrive in time when the other party attacked the next world. Understood. Everyone was clear. At least this time, there was an additional super expert from the steel race. After so many years of peace in this original level world, there would definitely be an ultimate god expert. Rush. Fight for a few seconds. The distance was not far. With their realm level, their speed was faster than Lingxi's gate of the universe. Especially the chaotic lord, with his attainments in primordial law, he basically arrived in an instant. Long Chen followed closely behind him and was ready to fight when he arrived. Whoosh! They instantly arrived and rushed into the battlefield. Just like what Long Chen expected, this was a life-and-death battle between the primeval troll and the steel race. It was extremely intense, very similar to the war in the supreme ancient immortal realms. In order to survive and protect this world, every member of the steel race was fighting with their lives on the line. Long Chen saw many different types of experts from the steel race. Most of them were at least at the ultimate god realm. Their bodies were constructed from all sorts of metals and were extremely huge, roughly the size of the primeval troll. Also, their internal structure was extremely complicated. Some were dazzling, some were malevolent. Their metallic skin was engraved with all sorts of mysterious runic diagrams and formations, strengthening their strength. Every type of steel race had different appearances and colors. Some looked like giants, some looked like wild beasts like lions and tigers, some looked like octopuses, and there were even some that looked like steel trees. All sorts of mechanical beasts rushed out in rage. All sorts of mechanical giants transformed their bodies and unleashed laws. They were incomparably powerful. In fact, among them, Long Chen saw existences that looked exactly the same as the Golden War God race. It was just that the Golden War God race here was incomparably huge. Their bodies were like continents when lying down. Even a single part of them was bigger than the Golden War God race in Long Chen's divine kingdom. This type of steel race was generally very strong. There were two ultimate god realm experts at the peak phase of the steel race. However, Long Chen's eyes still swiftly locked onto the primordial devil lord's opponent. Because that person would definitely be the strongest. Before Long Chen and the others arrived, the two ancestor devils were leading the primeval troll to slaughter the steel race. It was completely one-sided. The leader of the steel race wasn't a match for the primordial devil lord at all. The entire warship was about to be destroyed because of the steel race's experts. Divine Master, you deal with Ancestor Shi. Celestial Lord, you look for Ancestor Hua. Xiao Lang and Divine Marshal will deal with the other primeval troll. Be quick. Long Chen made the fastest arrangements according to their strength. He was slightly stronger than the chaotic Divine Master and Tian Yuan Celestial Lord. Without hesitation, he fought against the primordial devil lord and rescued the leader of the steel race. The chaotic Divine Master and Tian Yuan Celestial Lord were about the same. They could restrain the two ancestor devils while Mo Xiaolang and chaotic Divine Marshal were slightly weaker. All right. The five of them made the arrangements and quickly separated. Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of the primordial devil lord. Before he arrived, the expert of the steel race had already severely injured the primordial devil lord in a very short period of time. Now he was just struggling. Long Chen, the primordial devil lord exclaimed. It was the first time he had appeared. Chapter 32-27. The leader of the Steel Clan was slightly similar to the leader of the Golden War God Clan, but his body was larger and more complex. There were billions of array diagrams and veined patterns on his body. The biggest difference was that his entire body was platinum, without a trace of impurity. He was like a huge piece of gold, dazzling and shining. Even the array diagrams were like platinum powder that covered his body. Among the entire Iron Steel race's experts, this was the only one who looked like this. Of course, because he was seriously injured by the archaic demon lord, his entire body cracked apart, almost breaking into two. He was simply like scrap metal, struggling at death's door. Requiem of life. Long Chen stood in front of the primordial demon lord, and without saying a word, he directly used the laws of life. The flame of life enveloped the leader of the Steel tribe. The other party was shocked at first, but then he realized that it was the power of life. Under the nourishment of the Requiem of life, the leader of the Steel Clan quickly recovered. After all, the Requiem of life was used to bring people back from the dead. It was very effective on him. Long Chen could bring him back to life even if he died in battle. However, there were still limitations to bringing him back from the dead. "Who are you?" the person asked in a low, mechanical voice. His voice was very special, mechanical, and dry as if he was reading from a script. "I'm Long Chen. We'll talk about the rest later." He understood when he said they were fighting against the enemy together. Moreover, the Steel Clan that was originally in despair suddenly seemed to turn for the better due to the arrival of Long Chen and the other four experts. The two ancestral demons were stopped. Two ultimate realm ultimate gods were fighting against the primeval troll. Other than the primordial demon lord, the situation on the other battlefields was reversed. Moreover, Long Chen had saved his life. Under such circumstances, he was facing destruction a moment ago but had received such a pleasant surprise. It was impossible for the other party to be hostile towards Long Chen. Swoosh! The Requiem of life dissipated and the leader of the Steel Clan became the same size as Long Chen. Of course, his body was still made of steel with a gorgeous platinum body. At that moment, he was unscathed. "This is the primitive battleship. The people who live here are the Iron race like me. I am from the Platinum War God race. People call me Primogenitor and Primitive War God." "Thank you, 5 of you." Primitive God of War quickly informed Long Chen of the situation on his side. "Let's survive together. No need to thank me." He is angry. Long Chen's gaze was fixed on the primordial demon lord. As expected, he was truly enraged. Even his eyes were blood-red, especially when he saw that the remaining primeval troll was quickly dealt with. "Long Chen, come quickly. You're forcing me to end things with you." What the primordial demon master had always wanted was to obtain the greatest victory with the smallest loss. Therefore, for 2 consecutive times, he avoided Long Chen's desperate attacks and prepared to deal with Long Chen later. However, Long Chen appeared again and again, obstructing his plans. This made him even more enraged and lose his rationality. When anger overcame rationality, the primordial demon master was at his most dangerous. At that moment, Long Chen felt an astonishing killing intent. The killing intent from the primordial demon master was too terrifying. Even he and Primitive War God could not withstand it. To be honest, Long Chen was a little frightened. "Humph!" The primordial demon master snorted coldly. It was so cold that Long Chen felt like he was in an ice cave. The other party's angry gaze sent chills down his spine. "Go back." The primordial demon master called. All the primeval troll, except for the 3 ancestor fiends, returned and disappeared. The war temporarily stopped. Last time, the primordial demon master left immediately. However, he did not do so this time. The 3 ancestor fiends gathered together and became extremely terrifying. Primitive War God sensed the arrival of a huge storm and hurriedly ordered the other Iron Steel race to return. Activate the heart of the world and drive the primitive warship away. The further the better. This was the Primitive War God's order to his subordinates. "Ancestor, what about you? I will fight to the death here." Under the Primitive War God's order, all the Iron Steel race swarmed back into the primitive warship. To think that such a huge origin-grade world could be activated and moved. This was something unbelievable. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The 6 experts fought against the 3 ancestor fiends directly. The flames of war were about to explode. However,
Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi had retreated far away. The other party basically wanted the primordial demon master to fight the 6 experts alone. At that moment, everyone was a little worried about what the primordial demon master was going to do. This time, there was no retreat. They could only fight to the death. The primordial demon master had had enough of Long Chen. Just nice. All 7 of you are here. I can destroy them all at once and save me a lot of effort. The primordial demon master was so arrogant. However, with his identity, he naturally dared to say it only because he had something to rely on. As such, the tense atmosphere spread. At that moment, the primitive warship had really left at lightning speed. Fight! Long Chen let out a low roar, rousing everyone's determination. It was finally time to fight to the death. Chaotic Divine Master, Mo Xiaolang, Chaotic Divine Marshal, Heavenly Yuan Celestial Venerable, and Primitive War God. They were all ultimate gods fighting against a half-step ancestor. Facing the fierce resistance of Long Chen and the others, the primordial demon master only sneered in disdain. Long Chen, if it wasn't because I was unwilling to show my true form, you wouldn't have been able to jump until now. However, it just so happens that everything will end now. True form. Indeed, everyone present had shown their true forms, but not even the primordial demon master. Long Chen knew that Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi were Demon Hua and Demon Shi, but he didn't know what kind of demon the primordial demon master was. Everyone. Long Chen was not intimidated by the primordial demon lord. Instead, he exchanged glances with the others. Everyone was preparing themselves. Since the other party wanted to fight against the 6 great experts alone, they would take this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to him. Fortunately, the primitive warship had gone far away. Now was the time for them to fight for survival. After a moment of silence, the battle to the death was about to begin. It exploded instantly. From the relaxed expressions of Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi, it could be seen that they had absolute trust in the true form of the primordial demon master. They believed that the primordial demon master could easily defeat the 6 of them. From this, it could be seen that this battle would be extremely difficult. On one side was destruction, and on the other side were the 6 who wanted to survive and protect. Long Chen and the others couldn't retreat. Buzz! At that moment, the primordial demon master sneered. Chi in the endless void, for the first time, he changed from a human to a primeval troll. One could vaguely see 2 pairs of huge wings, huge forelimbs, thick hind limbs, and a huge whip-like tail. Sky-devouring troll. The primordial demon master announced his identity with a roar. He was the sky-devouring troll of the primeval troll. Among the primeval troll, his bloodline was the closest to that of the sky-devouring clan. Because of this, he was the primordial demon master. The troll lord. What kind of divine dragon bloodline did he combine to create such a primeval troll? Long Chen couldn't think. He could only see that the primeval troll that was born now was too big. Compared to the chaos beast, Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi, it was 2 to 3 times bigger. It was one of the most terrifying beasts in the starry sky. It was pitch black, and didn't look ferocious at all. In fact, it looked a bit like the Era Heaven Devil or the Eternal Devil Emperor. However, it was so huge that it was impossible to see it. From the name Sky-Devouring Troll, one might be able to understand the true terror of the primordial demon master. Before the scarlet eyes of the Sky-Devouring Troll, the 6 experts couldn't help but transform into their true forms to fight him. Otherwise, the pressure in their hearts would be too great. The Chaos God Master and Chaos Divine Art all transformed into Chaos Beasts. Mo Xiaolang transformed into the Sun-Devouring Direwolf. He was a true Sky-Devouring clan member, but before the Sky-Devouring Troll, he was like a child. The Primordial War God once again formed that huge steel body. Only Heavenly Yuan Immortal Venerable did not have a true body, but he had an Immortal Source true body. The Immortal Source true body projection also formed a huge body similar to the Primordial War God, but it was more illusory. Long Chen was the only one who didn't look any different in his human form. Such a majestic scene was a wonder of the myriad worlds. The Sky-Devouring Troll faced off against the 5 giants or beasts on Long Chen's side. Each of them was the size of a world. I have to thank all of you for giving me such a grand banquet. From now on, all of you are the feces in my stomach. The Sky-Devouring Troll laughed. The moment he laughed, perhaps a nightmare would descend. Wang. In front of the 6, the sky-devouring troll opened its huge mouth. In an instant, whether it was the laws or instincts, the most terrifying devouring that Long Chen had ever witnessed in this world began. It was not as grand as it seemed. All the devouring power was used on the 6 of them, so there was no change in space-time. The ones that changed were Long Chen and the other 5. At that moment, when the devouring descended, even Long Chen felt his heart tremble. It was a nightmare. It reminded Long Chen of the events that had happened before the epic. He had often seen Mo Xiaolang devour flames, but he had never trembled like he did now. It was as though he was a weak mouse facing its natural enemy, a cat. He felt helpless and trembling. He had met an existence that was born to rule him. Not being able to move was a small matter. His body did not feel like it belonged to him. These were all small matters. The most serious thing was not that his body had been devoured by the heaven-devouring giant demon, but that his primordial spirit and mind were being invisibly bitten and devoured. It was as though there were countless bugs growing on his divine body, and on his primordial spirit, there were countless soul-devouring bugs. Terrifying. In an instant, the 6 of them were extremely miserable. They were forced towards the body of the sky-devouring troll. The nightmare had only just begun. Chapter 32-28. Devour. In Long Chen's eyes, the sky-devouring troll was no different from the sky-swallowing clan. It was a kind of restrictive devouring. Even Mo Xiaolang, who was the most proficient in it, couldn't resist it. Under such circumstances, everyone's control over their own strength and the use of the rules was simply at its lowest point. It was the most direct and straightforward form of weakness. For a moment, everything was still and they could only see their own irreversible decline. Terrifying. Long Chen experienced it deeply. He seemed to have seen the era before. Under the devouring of the sky-swallowing clan, he and the other 5 were like struggling divine dragons. Moreover, it seemed like the myriad worlds' ancestor gods were also devoured. It was because of the devouring of the myriad worlds' ancestor gods that the sky-swallowing clan had the power to fight against the 10 ancestral dragons. Resistance seems to be useless. The scornful voice of the sky-devouring troll appeared beside everyone. Long Chen opened his eyes in extreme weakness. Due to his anger and hatred towards the sky-swallowing clan and the primeval troll, he was filled with the most extreme unwillingness and spirit of resistance. I've climbed up from the bottom and experienced all the battles in life and death to destroy the primeval troll and the sky-swallowing clan. I want to destroy these poisonous bugs that are destroying the world. I've come this far and this shameless devouring is showing itself again. I don't care how I die, but I can't die in their stomach. That kind of humiliation is absolutely unacceptable. Unprecedented rage, and roar filled his heart. Monstrous waves surged as he resisted the other party's power. Perhaps it was because the other party was fighting against 6 enemies at the same time. At the very least, Long Chen gave it his all and managed to prevent himself from being devoured. However, he still could not move, let alone escape. The situation was still extremely critical. The others were not as strong as him, especially Mo Xiaolang and Chaotic Divine Marshal who had just reached the ultimate God realm. The Chaotic Divine Master, Heavenly Yuan Celestial Lord, and the Primordial War God could not control their bodies. Even though they struggled wildly, they were still devoured. The World Lords of 3 origin worlds were like turtles in a jar. Even if they used all their means, they still could not stop the disastrous devouring. As for the heaven-devouring giant demon, it was as relaxed as ever. Ancestor Hua and Ancestor Shi watched all of this with smiles on their faces. They even chatted casually with each other. Seems like that wolf and that chaos god will be devoured first. Who do you think will go first? Judging from the current situation, the first one should be the chaotic gods. After all, he seems to have just reached the ultimate realm and is the weakest. Then, it's the wolf. Ancestor Hua smiled coldly and said, then it's Tian Yuan Immortal Sovereign, then Primordial Battle God, then Master Chaos Overlord, and finally Long Chen. They will be devoured one by one in order. Interesting. Ancestor Shi laughed. That's only natural. If it wasn't for Boss being too lazy to reveal his true form, he would have long since killed these fellows. But it's good that all of them are gathered today. After we deal with these troublesome fellows, at the very least, the primitive battleship and the supreme ancient immortal realms will be our playground.
The losses we suffered earlier should also be able to recover. That's right. This time, boss is truly enraged. Those who angered him are truly audacious. They are all fellows who won't shed tears until they see their coffins. Now, they are powerless to do anything and are naturally suppressed. How does this feel? As they spoke until here, the two of them involuntarily laughed. It was as though there was no one else present. Just like what they said, even if Long Chen managed to withstand the devouring, Mo Xiaolang and the others wouldn't be able to. This was especially so for the chaotic divine marshal. His speed was extremely fast and he didn't even have a chance to resist. It was as though he would soon become food in the stomach of the heaven-devouring giant demon, being digested by him and becoming his strength. In the end, the heaven-devouring giant demon would devour Long Chen and the others. Damn. Their desperate resistance was like a sad song. In the dragon sacrifice continent, in the ancient battleship, countless lives were staring at them with sorrow in their eyes. Only now did they understand how terrifying the supreme ancient devil lord was. Hatred, anger, vengeance, all of them were useless. Under absolute suppression, even if they were as strong as them, they were simply like ants. Their defeat was the destruction of the world. All living beings knew this, and all of them looked at them with eyes filled with hope and despair. The atmosphere of desolation spread out endlessly, and everyone was in the throes of pain. This was especially so for Long Chen. If all of them were devoured, everything would be finished. He struggled so much that his entire body turned red. If it was just him, he wouldn't be so worried. The problem was that Mo Xiaolang was still being dragged away. This was his life and death brother. Xiaolang. The situation was incomparably dangerous. Long Chen was trying to think of a way out of this situation. Right now, he had no time to worry about anyone else. In this moment of imminent peril, Long Chen let out a roar of rage. He stopped resisting, and as he swallowed, he shot toward the heaven-devouring Titan devil like a sharp sword, shocking countless people. Long Chen. While everyone was panicking, Long Chen suddenly stopped behind Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, he used all of his strength and roared angrily. His body suddenly turned into a giant divine dragon. Primordial sacrificial dragon. This was the first time Long Chen had turned into the body of the primordial sacrificial dragon. Such a body was as huge as an original incipient realm world. It was even bigger than the chaos beasts. A dark gray divine dragon emerged from the primordial chaos. Its body had the patterns of the entire dragon sacrifice continent. 3 ancient powers revolved around it. Boom. Long Chen turned into the primordial sacrificial dragon. With his back facing the heaven-devouring giant demon, he used his dragon head to push against the sun-devouring direwolf. He roared and attacked crazily. Finally, the sun-devouring direwolf slowed down a little. It stopped in the air and pulled the heaven-devouring giant demon like a tug of war. Although the problem wasn't solved, at least Long Chen didn't want to see Mo Xiaolang die in front of him. Especially not to be devoured by the heaven-devouring giant demon. Roar, roar, roar. Come in. The heaven-devouring giant demon didn't have much patience and used its power directly. The feeling of death came again. Long Chen even used the power of the Origin Dragon Palace to the limit. He was in a frenzy but still couldn't escape. At most, he could ensure that he wouldn't be devoured. Damn it. If this continues, we will lose. The consequences will be terrible. Long Chen always knew this. But reality was so cruel and the heaven-devouring giant demon was so terrifying. They were all fighting for the masses and were heroes. But now it was a tragedy for the heroes. Those who were watching them were all trembling and even crying. The more they struggled, the more miserable it was, as if they were a fish that had been hooked and was still resisting. At this point, anyone could see that they had no chance of winning at all. No matter how many people came here, it was simply a futile effort. The heaven-devouring giant demon was definitely going to die. Just like how Long Chen could only save Mo Xiaolang, he couldn't save the others. It was especially so for Chaos Divine Might. Chaos Divine Might was being devoured rapidly and was about to be devoured by the heaven-devouring giant demon. Father. He didn't die in battle, but he was swallowed instead. This was truly unbearable. The Chaos Divine Might would rather die in battle than be swallowed by the primordial giant demon into this filthy body. That was why he was in such despair at this moment. Long Chen was so anxious that he was about to explode. But he understood that once he let go of Mo Xiaolang, The first to be devoured would be Mo Xiaolang. Between Chaos Divine Might and Mo Xiaolang, he could only choose Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen couldn't face Master Chaos Divine. But the calamity was aimed at everyone. Master Chaos Divine was also fighting for himself. Divine Might. Long Chen used his peripheral vision to look. Actually, Master Chaos Divine was at the furthest position. Among everyone, he was the safest. But now, when his eyes met with Chaos Divine Might, he made a decision. A father's decision. Long Chen, if we win, please protect my primal Chaos Divine world and protect my son. After Master Chaos Divine said this, his face was filled with sorrow. He didn't allow Long Chen to speak. He made a choice. It was a tragic choice. No, before the calamity, before Long Chen could shout, Master Chaos Divine gave up resisting. He suddenly surpassed everyone and appeared in front of the heaven-devouring giant demon. He blocked the heaven-devouring giant demon's path of devouring Chaos Divine Might. Everything happened in an instant. Master Chaos Divine Might. Long Chen turned around. When he called out, Master Chaos Divine Might laughed and said angrily, "Primeval troll, you bunch of filthy things. The day of your death is not far away. Divine Might, the primal Chaos Divine world will depend on you in the future. Don't be shy." His last sentence rang in Chaos Divine Might's ears. Chaos Divine Might turned around in shock and saw a pair of beautiful wings flying towards him. That was Master Chaos Divine Lord's origin-grade creation divine weapon, Ancestral Wings. The ancestral wings rapidly moved over and attached to the back of Chaos Divine Might. From then on, it became a part of Chaos Divine Might. At this moment, Master Chaos Divine Lord's actions were swift and decisive. The origin incandescent stone appeared in his hand. "No, Father, I deserve to die." Chaos Divine Might's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At that moment, tears flowed down his cheeks. This Master Chaos Divine Lord, who rarely showed his fatherly love, was now a great father and a hero. Long Chen couldn't stop him. Moreover, Master Chaos Divine Lord was trying to save his son. If it was Long Chen himself, he might be willing to do this for his children. There was no reason for him to do so. Just like how the Time Dragon servant chose to let him leave for Long Chen's birth. Master Chaos Divine Lord crushed the origin incandescent stone in front of the heaven-devouring giant demon. Then, he swallowed the origin incandescent stone into his stomach. All the energy of the shattered origin incandescent stone exploded at this moment. In the explosion, all the energy of Master Chaos Divine Lord was mixed together. This was the resistance of Master Chaos Divine Lord. He was like a living being. He was determined, angry, and fatherly. He was protecting the entire Chaos Divine race. That was why he wanted Long Chen to take care of him at the last moment. In an instant, dazzling light exploded on the body of the Chaos Divine Beast. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Beast didn't advance. Instead, it retreated. Its huge body pounced on the head of the heaven-devouring giant demon and exploded instantly. "Primeval troll, even if my spiritual body is destroyed, I will let you die a horrible death." You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.